Some of it has been investigative information that people have asked to bring forward. And some other stuff is, the other information is just stuff is, my staff and I are preparing for what comes next school year. And some things we've been through this year already. So, wanted to start with some budget ideas, additional budget reduction ideas. We did change this header today. Originally it was budget cut ideas, now it's additional budget reduction options. These are just some things that we've been looking at as we move towards the start of the 26-27 school year. And I'll give you all a hard copy for you as well. So just as we start planning for 26-27 school year, don't want to, we can't really react to the budget once we get into the budget year as well as we can get out in front of it. So at any rate, you have a copy at your place, and there's one on the screen as well. Just want to walk through some things, and again, for anybody watching, these are just ideas. These are options and ideas. Just as a point of reference, we've been looking at a lot of things and listening to a lot of things going on with the state and projecting out, thinking, where are we going to be? And so I want to just start by kind of backing into this year. We've already cut where our first goal was $3.3 million. That was the first cut. And then we had the low wealth information we received. And we made another goal of $1.3 million. And I can tell you, as of today, total of $4.6 million, we've already reduced our budget by $4,015,000, which is about a little bit north of 87% of that total cut for the 25-26 school year. But we're looking at some things that are coming. And in talking with Marty Trotter and looking at things we've got, we really believe got to put ourselves in a good position to withstand some of the things that are coming, including another sheet that you're going to see in a minute, which talks about enrollment, because enrollment affects number of positions, but enrollment also goes into dollar allotments. And that's why that $3.3 million was the initial cut, because we've gone through and seen a lot of dollar allotments being affected. The $1.3 million cut that we put in place starting in July was in response to the low wealth cut. So just want to give some ideas, and so I know whenever you put a document out there like this, people get alarmed. But what we were looking at is, look right here in the third line, it says, what are we doing extra? Now some of these things extra are by choice, obviously, or obviously they are by choice, but we need some of these things. So what are our extra financial efforts that we're making? And we talked about some of this late last year. Around Memorial Day, we were exchanging some information back and forth as we saw some things come with the budget. So just to give you some ideas of some things that are extra, and unfortunately in this business, used to we'd say, Marty and I, most of our career would say 85% of the school system's budget's people. It's clearly 90%, if not more now. So just some things that are extra. We value the reading specialist jobs at Delmar level. There are 17 of them. They do wonderful work with children. So that's just one option. So there's a reading specialist out there that will hear this at some point and say, Stephen Ganey said we're going to cut them. I'm not saying we're going to cut them. I'm just giving you some options on this list. You're looking for $2 million, and here's $1,360,000. Remember, a teacher position is this year worth $80,000. Last year, the cost of a teacher position, average cost, was $77,077. It goes up each year. And when we say average cost of a teacher position, we're talking about salary and benefits. And that's something that I always ask finance officer for once we get going. What is the average cost of a teacher position this year? Can we use that in budgeting? So there's an area. Also, another area we could look at is the lead teachers at the middle school and the high schools. Now, let me give some clarification there. That does not include the early college, because the early college does not have a position for lead teachers. They have a lead teacher, but it's made out of their own allotment. They don't have a lead teacher, and I'll get to that in a minute. But also, it does not include the lead teachers at the elementary school, because the lead teachers at the elementary school are funded by Title I money. So if we cut lead teachers across the board, all we would be doing for the Title I schools is giving the Title I elementaries, that is, we'll be giving them more Title I money to spend in a different direction. We would not be saving any money towards the budget cut. So these are the 13 lead teachers that are at the middle schools and high schools, excluding the early college. One idea was you could cut all 13, $1,040,000. So lead teachers out there are hearing this. They help with testing. They do a lot with curriculum. They do a lot of things to coach teachers. What they do is not, it's not invaluable. It is very valuable. But we're having to look at some things with our budget. Another idea might be, instead of $1,040,000, you could go in and cut lead teacher positions. You cut 6.5 of them. The result there is you could say, okay, 2 high schools are going to share a lead teacher. 2 middle schools are going to share a lead teacher. Or, I've heard this in places, a lead teacher could be shared between the middle and high school, the feeder pattern. So if you cut 6.5 lead teacher positions, there's $520,000. Next one that you haven't seen much, I think I talked some with y'all back in December, assistant principal positions. So, just as a point of reference, state of North Carolina funds for this school system 15 assistant principal jobs. 15. They give you 1 month of assistant principal for every 98.53 students. And that formula hasn't changed in years. So, I know everybody liked their own assistant principal. But what we have on the ground right now, we spend money, additional monies to make the 15.5. We have 30.5 on the ground. Every high school has 2. Every middle school has 1. 4 elementary schools have 1, 100%. The rest of them have half. So let me just give you an example of the state formula for assistant principals. If all we did was fund assistant principals based on state money, Randall High School would qualify for 8.68 months of an assistant principal. Not even a whole 10 months. Surely not 11 months, and surely not 12 months. Randall Middle School, as big as it is, would only qualify for 7.41 months. I'm just looking at the big ones. That puts it in perspective. Trinity High, 6.61 months. Southwestern Randolph High School will qualify for 7.18 months. Farmer Elementary, our smallest school, I think it's our smallest, pretty sure it is, would qualify for 2.32 months. So, that's a hard picture. 6 assistant principal positions, grades K-12, $556,836. It's a hard picture to talk about, because we have people right now that want a full-time AP that only have a half, but I think you see that picture. I could give you, if you tell me the school, I can look it up and tell you. But none of them have qualified. According to the state allotment schedule, none of them qualify for a full 10-month position.
Can we get that?
I will certainly have a copy of that. It's handwritten, it's not formal in its cover, but
it's,
so, and I went through this about 2 or 3 years ago looking at it, and did the math, hadn't much changed. There was nobody back, I think it was, well, I can tell you this. I did the same math on June 5, 2023, and just a quick look, the largest was 8.38 months for Randall High School, and the next largest was 8.31 months for Randall Middle School. And that's a quick look. I might be missing a number somewhere.
But is that for 2 or 3 principals?
No, it's
just 4.
1. You wouldn't get it. What I'm saying is, remember, okay, 10 months is a position. We make the high schools, you've got extra time on theirs, and one middle school, I think it's one middle school AP, but no, it's not even getting to a 10-month AP at any school. If we didn't put in the 069 money is what we use, which is some flexible money to make up the other 15.5 positions. If we only went with what the state allotted us, we don't have 15 assistant principals in the whole school system, across the whole place. What I'm saying is, if we went on the state's formula, we wouldn't even have a single 10-month assistant principal anyway. And the most anybody will qualify for will be Ramblin High School would get 8.68 months.
Do you think other school systems though fund strictly based on that for their APs across our state?
I don't think so, but but you got, when we're dealing with a state budget that's coming in less, and when we're talking about, so somebody probably is gonna read this and say, what is Stephen Gaines talking about an additional $2 million? This is where the allotments get cut into right here, that stay hidden and people don't see it, or not hidden, but they're quiet cuts. That's where the 3.3 million came from. These cuts we're watching over time, it's time we gotta true this thing up. And so, if you're gonna keep going, even if you left 24.5 out there, say you took 6 out, okay? So you've got 4 elementary schools with a whole AP. Don't know what you do with that. The other ones, different reasons, the other ones have half. If you brought those 4 back to a half, there's 2 of the positions. We've got a high school that's 53% full. We've got another high school that's 61% full. We have another high school that's 70% full, another one that's 72% full. So you go back and do the math, 61% of 1,067 is however many kids. Let's see, one of those 61%, 654 kids. Another one's 707 kids. You know, do you cut 6 positions here? Do you cut those by making high schools have a position and a half now? Don't know, that's an option. So,
On that per state budget per assistant principal, when you make that for us, can you put on there what we currently have at the schools? Make that number.
I'll give you a sheet, I have a lineup.
When you make that for us.
I've got a lineup right here. Middle schools, just so you know, just to add to the conversation. Middle schools, all middle schools have one other than Randall Middle, got a second one way back when we did around 5th grade academy. All high schools have 2. And we're down to, middle schools and high schools have had extra months. We're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the middle high schools are still 11 months, but when those jobs change, we bring them back to 10.5 months. So that's just an idea. You know, and the thing is, as we talked in December when I was talking with you guys, how do you work all these together? You know, what if you said, okay, well, what if we cut 4 assistant principals? Well, that eats in a little bit with the cost of assistant principals. The average cost for an assistant principal this year is $92,806. So what if you cut, well, if you did 4, you multiply it out, that's probably a good, easy 400,000, okay? Maybe not quite 400,000 looking at that. So, just wanted you to be aware of where that's coming from. No, I don't want to not have 2 assistant principals at every high school. No, I don't want to have, I'd love to have an assistant principal at every elementary school full-time. But the facts are, I want you to know what's out there from what we get state money. I mean, these are some tough decisions, but as I told leadership today, we can't keep funding when funding's coming up, is lowering. We can't stay up here at what we're funding. I mean, at some point, to maintain what we have on the ground, we're still up here and what we're getting support, what's on the ground's here, that's not gonna work over time, so.
I mean, some of these levels, we're still funding that today is back when we was running 17,000 kids. And we're not running it now.
And I get it.
Everything came down when the kids were rolling.
There's nothing I respect more than the principal position. I loved it, and I miss being a principal. I miss it dearly. But I also understand, I had a school of 1,200 kids in middle school, and I had 2 assistant principals. I did as many observations and as much discipline as they did. Everybody had a grade level for discipline. Everybody had a grade level for the LEA IEP meetings. Here's how we did it. And same thing when I had 2,600 kids as a high school principal. So it's a tough discussion to have, it's one we need to have.
It's tough, and I understand why you're doing it, but at the same time, when you're looking at all these type of positions, are we gonna say they're strictly under the umbrella of enrollment? Is that what drives it totally?
I'm just bringing you some ideas.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, is it enrollment, is that what is gonna drive
I
these
think
decisions?
it's gonna have to be, because, you get, sometimes you may have somebody that has a rougher year. I don't think you can start a lottery based on, well, I've got a tougher year this year, and then, or you gotta be willing to move them every year. If you say, well, there's gonna be one that could be here this year, one that, I don't know how when you do allotments, it's very hard to do allotments much different than enrollment. Because if you don't hold to that standard, you're gonna get to the last 3 or 4 schools, and you're not having enough resources to even satisfy their enrollment requirements, or what they qualify enrollment was. So, this is a new one. I put it on the list about 2 weeks ago, and I think we talked a little bit about it. Maybe some of you did, some of you didn't with me, but just to put it out there, Mr. Governor, just an idea. And what I would encourage you to do, board members, as we think through this, because we're not making decisions today unless y'all want to. This is to get it out there. We talked about, getting it out there. Let's don't get to May and start having these tough discussions. But when you look inside of here, maybe it's 3 assistant principals, maybe it's 4. That's a pretty big chunk. And I think there's a lot of combinations in here that can be done. Not necessarily, I would tell you, the one that hits me the hardest right now, what we're trying to do instructionally, would be those 17 reading specialist positions. That would be a hard thing, because of what we're trying to do with children in the early grade levels so they can be successful in later grade levels. And that's something, quite frankly, as a principal, I never had that. I never had a lead teacher or a curriculum support person. We called them instructional resource teachers in one school system I was in. We called them curriculum facilitators. But I left as they were putting them in middle schools. I left that system, and this one's lead teachers. So, I never had the benefit of that. I wish I had. So it's not, anybody listening out there, this is not devaluing anybody's position. This is just where we are.
No, but it's a start. Well, it's not really a start, because it's been said to our legislators, guys, this is what happens when we increase opportunity scholarship funds for charter schools. This is what happens when we have these schools just pop up with no people watching it, how many pop up and how many there are. This is what happens. We're going to have empty school buildings. Taxpayers in our county should understand this is what's happening because of these decisions in Raleigh. And people may lose jobs because of these decisions that they're not thinking long term. That's why this is happening.
And when we get out on these positions, speaking of losing jobs, Mr. Governor, I'm glad you said that. I think our track record speaks for itself. As far as, we're gonna work hard, we're gonna not let jobs be filled by new people. Say we cut 4 assistant principals or 6 assistant principals, we're gonna take the ones that those positions are cut from, and we won't let anybody have an assistant principal job till we get them placed. So just like if something happened with lead teachers or reading specialists. So any questions about those positions, those 4, those things, you look at lead teachers. If you're asking me, you say, well, what do you think? I'd probably say, wonder if we could make a go of it with half. If you're going to touch lead teachers, wonder if we could make a go of it with 6.5 being cut instead of 13. I get it. Pairing between a feeder elementary, a feeder middle, and a feeder high, or pairing between 2 high schools or 2 middle schools. That's not ideal, but it's also better than taking that resource and putting it off those campuses. But we can have more discussion about that. The next item, let's get down. Let's come back to your transportation. Marty, don't let me forget that we skipped that one. you're all fine, I'm gonna skip down to another. So we have 13 student advocate positions at the high schools and middle schools. So, gotta be careful here, because if you get student advocates and lead teachers and assistant principals, now you're really creating some testing things, okay? So, some combination. But student advocates, there's only 13 of them. The reason why the early college is left out of that is they get some special funding that only they get, that they use for student advocate. It's like the Title I funding for the lead teachers. If we cut the student advocate from the early college, and they don't have a lead teacher, they don't have an assistant principal, but if we cut that one, we're just giving them that special funding back to use in a different direction. It's not a savings. So the 13 student advocates are from the middle schools and high schools. It would be $590,000. Again, if you wanted to say we're going to hit half of them, $295,000 is a pretty good chunk. You pair them. Had some conversations with people about what if one advocate took a feeder middle and high school. One of them, or what if he did one served two high schools, like Wheatmore and Trinity, Providence Grove Eastern, Southwest Rambling, whatever the combination is. But you know, there you've got some dollar figures. Just trying to lay out some possibilities for you. And again, Mr. Cook, we were talking about, these are things that we do extra. These are extra things that we do financially that to have the school day, we don't have to have. Well, we have to have teachers in classrooms. We have to have a principal of every school. We have to have bus drivers. We have to have clerical staff in front office. We have to have bookkeeping. Now, the last thing with people is this one right here. And this is probably my least exciting one, second least exciting one. Probably tied up at reading specialist, just to be honest with you. The JRTC programs. Those are expensive programs. We have 3 in our school system at this point: Eastern Randolph High School, Randolph High School, Southwest Randolph High School. And the savings there would be $479,000. That's for all 3 of them. So a lot of kids involved. This is some
What's the
sort of
number on
connection.
those? How many, is Eastern the lead or Randall? I mean, that's a lot of,
So,
Do we have full-time instructors at all 3 of those schools?
you have
Two.
two.
Two. I mean, I know like at Providence Grove, when we got rid of there was a sub that had been there forever or whatever, so we do have full-time instructors at
They're
those 3
fully
schools.
staffed right now, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem, sometimes those programs do, that your references, and when those jobs come open, they become difficult to fill at times. We dealt with that. We had a program at Trinity High School during my early years, and we had trouble keeping it staffed too. But, so, you know, one of the things I look back at is, I used to say, maybe a lot more as a high school principal than a middle school principal. You get the kid connected somewhere. And that's some kid's team. But I want it on the list because it's a viable thing that if we get to that, we may have to go against anything we want to do. But that's somebody's team, that's somebody's connection. Just like the band program, the chorus program, the athletic team, clubs. So I give you that one as another
Dr.
possibility.
Gang, the one thing about that one that's all, I mean, I get, the 2 schools we cut, right? Is it 2 or?
Yeah, the first one we didn't cut.
No, I mean,
The federal government shut the first one down.
yeah, okay.
We got put on probation for enrollment and staffing,
But,
and they shut
but those 3 schools, I guess I'm looking at, is that like, I guess some of those kids I look in that's almost like a CTE program or keeps them in school. That's like, it's like them playing football or playing, that's their ticket to, that's their passion. And that's the only thing that concerns me about that, because that is a passion for those kids. I mean, they're not out here, you know, they're not superstar athletes for the most, but that's their, I don't know, that's always been a kind of a stickler for me, the fact that, I don't know what the numbers are, that's why I asked, but.
Isn't usually the graduating class go in the military is around 2 to 4%?
I don't know, I've never looked at that exit, I've never looked at that exit piece. But I'm like, Mr. Cook, that's why I say, that's a hard one for me.
That's a hard.
It's just, looking at what, what do we do extra? What do we do extra that we're funding, as we're dealing with these funding deficits, what is it? And that's the one that comes to mind. I see all the instructors from all the different schools, those 3 schools, and I see their kids. Random High School's always has a big Veterans Day assembly. Eastern always has the 9/11 ceremony, and Southwest, I rarely go to a football game anywhere or anytime over there where I don't go and see kids everywhere. I see them, they're taking care of traffic and everything. So I have different experiences with all 3 schools with the RTC programs. They're all positive. There are, I think, when we all looked at the enrollment numbers last May, I think those 3 were larger than we anticipated when we looked in, or when even I anticipated when I was pulling those. But I put it on there as a possibility, okay? And one of the things, again, remind anybody who's watching is, this document represents, and I wrote this on top of my document, this document represents options/ideas for budget reductions for the 26-27 school year. This is not, I'm not bringing this to you at this point of recommendation. I know we'll have some more conversation. It's January. This is the time to be talking about it if we really want to get ahead of where we are and take care of people who might be impacted by some of these things. What if we address lead teachers? What if we address student advocates? These are all our employees, and the more time we have to take care of them, the better off we are. So.
Can I ask, I wasn't here, but maybe Tammy was that, or Sheena would know the answer to this. Several years ago, when lead teachers came into, we brought lead teachers in, okay? There was a big, I think each school or something, I can't remember, if it wasn't Title I, you had to pay for your reading teachers, find a way to pay. I can't remember exactly. There was something went down that made it hard on some schools. What was that?
Schools did in Title I, had to pay for the teachers' positions.
Something, yeah, there was something, because it messed up Farmer and some more areas.
All the elementary schools are Title I, so all the
All of them
elementary schools
does that pay for the reading teacher? And
No, it was the lead teacher.
Huh?
It was the lead teacher.
So does the Title I pay for the lead teachers?
That's
So-
why we're only
So
talking.
Title I don't pay for reading teachers?
No, that's why we're only, talking about 13 lead teacher positions here.
So Title I, did they decide what pays for that? Each school, or?
They have to do a plan, and they have to vote. They do a vote on Title I plan, they come up with a plan with the lead teacher.
So let me ask you a question. This is just thinking, why wouldn't, maybe they get so, I know when they all weren't Title I, they've talked about changing the formula or whatever to get Title I, really fell into that place. You go to back in the day, well, we're gonna add a couple more, the principals get all upset, you're taking my Title I money. And back in the day, they're not with us anymore, but I saw 2 or 3 show their tail, okay, over Title I money, because you was gonna move it around. But my question is, Title I, those schools are, all of them, you need a little extra help, you need a little extra help. So it looks to me like with it's a whole different world out there now. A lot of diversity and a lot of kids, parents not doing their job and are helping their kids. We're expected to raise the kids, teach them everything, be everything. I know a reading teacher, I bet, pulls out more kids than they used to, I would think, wouldn't you? I know you being from that, Sharon. I would think that job would probably be more important than it was 10 or 12 years ago. You gotta read to ever do anything in the real world, but, is there anything like they could look at a different, I'd be curious what you spend your Title I for. If you spend it for, had I rather spend 25, 30,000 for whatever for.
That was what I was gonna ask you.
Yeah,
Could you not
change that around and use it?
You can't move reading specialists to Title I now that we've had it on my Title I.
But if we didn't use Title I for elementary lead teachers, where could we use that money in different areas?
Well, you could use it, they could use it based on their plan, but you wouldn't be able to use it towards a budget cut.
What would be some things they could use it for?
They could do some
There's
technology.
no way you could recoup any reading money
You
for.
can't, okay, this is what I'm saying about these, the reason why there's 13 lead teachers up here. If you cut the elementary lead teachers, you're only giving the elementary schools more money on Title I. You're not addressing the $2 million budget cut. You cannot take positions that you've had on non-Title I money and put on Title I now, because that's the planning. Because you've already shown that you're spending non-Title I money on it. So that's why there's a difference.
So that money would not be available to use other areas? If you
It would be
decided-
available, yeah, if we cut the lead teachers at the 13.
But you just couldn't put it toward the lead teacher in the elementary school?
If you cut the lead teacher out of Title
That's right.
I, elementary, you just have that money now to use another way on your Title I plan.
But it's not addressing the $2 million?
It's not addressing the $2 million. And Mr. Cook, your point, you say, I'd rather have a reading specialist, I'm not putting words in you, but you say, reading specialist seems more important now, right?
More now
You
than it used to.
you can't take the lead teacher out of elementary school, cut it, and then slide that reading specialist that's on non-Title I money into Title I money.
Okay, I guess my question is, I'm not sure what they spend their title, I had people tell me before, now I'm sure it's a little different now, but I've had principals searching to tell me, oh my God, we got so much money, it's like COVID money, I gotta find where to put it, I gotta find how to spend this money. It's probably tighter now since we got out of schools. I'm sure it's a lot tighter than it was. My question may not even apply to the budget, like that. But I was just, when I see these reading teachers, I'm just thinking, is there any money they could switch around in elementary schools? It looks like if you're spending it on this or that, or you're finding money, could you clean it up a little bit to help keep reading teachers?
Well, I think one of the things I would tell you is,
Yeah.
you'd probably be hard pressed to hear me say, that would be a direction to go, reading with what we've got going on. I think you will be hard pressed. But no, the Title I money, there's a lot of uses, but also it is getting tighter because more schools qualify. And so what people don't understand about Title I, when school X joins the Title I group, we don't get more money in Title I.
Right.
We have a bigger divisor into the pot of money. And in the last couple of years, like you said, Mr. McNeil, Farmer was in Title I, John Lawrence was in Title I. If I remember right, when I got here, Trindale was in Title I. And I know Hopewell, there were 13 Title I schools out of the elementaries, 13 out of 17. Now they're all Title I. Now you also have Uwharrie Ridge, we've added Randall Middle, we've added Eastern Randolph High School, and see what hits the Title I pot of money is the enrollment of the school. So you add a high school to a Title I, you're pulling money hard that way. So, but to your comment, Mr. Cook, to the $2 million, the elementary lead teachers, that's not, what you do there would not impact that cut. It would not. Now, the only one that could impact that cut is the 17 reading specialists. But Tammy, correct me, you could do a technology description of some kind, maybe some kind of something for instruction. You could do tutors out of Title I. You could do materials out of Title I. You could do planning days out of Title I, giving teachers time to go, maybe a teacher that's inexperienced, or you're doing their teacher X is doing something great in the classroom, we've heard about it, send somebody. So there's a lot of uses of Title I money, but they have a plan they have to put together every year once they get their allotment of Title I. And what you were talking about too, Mr. Cook, is the last couple of years, we've adjusted the percentages on Title I because we've had some schools get in, and if we didn't adjust, they were going to drop back out the next year. And that's hard. When Randall Middle became Title I, that was a big pool because of the size of that school. So, I don't know if that answers it or not, but, that's why we're talking about 13 lead teachers and not,
I'll tell you something, I've always thought, and I missed this, if I stick my foot in my mouth, I apologize. And so I do that quite often. But hey, I'm feeling better, so I can talk more. Last couple of meetings, I was feeling so bad, I couldn't get on anybody's nerves, you know? But, I may give Todd the flu, but I apologize for that, but anyway. Some of our schools, it's gotten so low on numbers, okay? That's always, I mean, I watched like a school with 200 and some farmer, example.
232, I think.
I just question the fact that, do you, and I know that may be the wrong thing to say, but does it justify having APs and lead teachers if the number is so small? Is there based, would that help? And I just don't see, you know what I mean, like 200 kids, 230, I mean, do you really need?
And
I
that's
mean,
where,
you know, I don't see it. I mean, you know, I come up and I know things are a lot different, but by golly, we had a principal in elementary school and that's just about all we had.
well, that's why we have that right there, is not saying something from everybody, but can we find 6 AP jobs to cover?
Does farmer share an AP?
Huh?
Yes.
Yes.
They still have to have AP, so they have 5 months, but by the state formula,
should
they
have
qualify
like
for 2.32 months.
What is the job description of a high school AP? What should their day look like?
It has a lot of things. It could be instructional observations, evaluations of teachers, visiting classrooms. It could be discipline. It can be, could be involved buses, could be involved in textbooks, involved in parent matters. I mean, you know, that job description really rests with the principal. There's a bunch of things. I didn't want one of my assistant principals to do buses, discipline, and textbooks, or some people say all the time. I divided those up because I wanted them interacting with parents. I wanted them in parent meetings. I wanted them on the phone with parents, in classrooms, observing teachers. I wanted them evaluating teachers. I wanted them as instructional leaders too. And, you know, IEP meetings. So to be an administrator in every IEP meeting is the LEA. That's either, you're either administrators or only principals and APs. That's how I operate.
Does every high school have at least 2?
Every high school has 2, other than the early college has none.
Anybody have more than 2?
Nope. And every middle school has 1, other than Randall Middle, which has 2, because we want to put the 5th grade academy there. Which, I'm going to make a case for this. Is when you start looking at how do you get to 6, let's talk about Randall Middle. When we did Randall 5th grade academy, we took Randall Middle from 68% full to 78% full. One of the goals was to reduce overcrowding in Randall Elementary. We took it from 128 to 109. Another goal was to use available space at Randall Middle. At the end of the first quarter this year, Randall Middle is gone. They're not 78% full. They're 65% full. So, is there a case for half of that AP to come out and go somewhere? And people are listening right now probably not happy with me. I'm just thinking, how do we get to 6? Because if we get to 6, that's a big chunk of that $2 million. How can we get creative? Could they have 1.5? Now we got a half. Could somebody else lose a half? Could a small high school lose a half? There's a position. I'm putting this out here because here we are in January and just trying to, how can we work with our people the best if we, on the decisions we make? The last thing that I didn't mention, anything else on the staffing pieces?
I'm just curious, when you went from, you added 10% to Randleman Middle, how does that justify moving another AP there?
Because we were moving the 5th grade over there, and that was part of our request to the commissioners. We did a whole project for $185,000, and there was 2 positions involved. One was an extra assistant principal, and the other one was extra specials teacher. And then there was some other funding, but we did a whole project for $185,000. We did that project in Warren Ridge. Instead of building a new elementary school in Randleman for $19 million at the time, we fixed Randleman Elementary with $185,000. And instead of building a new high school in Southwest Zone at that time, January 17, for $40 million, we got $410,000 from commissioners to try to work through that. Because at the time, when we did the URI school project, which is URI Ridge now, that's what the title was in January 17 when it first hit the public eye. At the time, the most crowded school we had in this county was Southwest High at 104%. So in January 17, the most crowded high school we had, or the most crowded high school we had in the county was 104%. Well, actually, the most crowded school, because we'd already fixed Randall Elementary, and it had started coming down. We did Randall in Fifth Grade Academy project in the spring of 14, summer of 14. And we had the hearings, and we answered everybody's questions. And so that's how that happened, Mr. Lanier. But I'm just making a point that happened as that school went to 78%. Now it's come back to 65%. So is there a place in there? I mean, again, I know somebody out there is listening and not happy, not even talking about this. But right there, there's a fourth of our cut right there. Right there. If we could find 6 assistant principal jobs to cut that wouldn't just cause just major issues at a school, we're a fourth of the way through it right now. We've only hit one area. And then we got some others, you start adding up, all right? You got 520, 295. Well, 295, if we did something with student advocates, half of it, we're almost to $1 million right there. We're at well over 800,000. So, I can promise you this. I've watched budgets a long time. And you either stay ahead of them, or you stay behind them forever. And I can promise you, our budget, we will feel another $2 million cut sooner than later. There's people already asking me, what was the deal with the $4.6 million? Well, the deal with the $4.6 million is we didn't riff anybody. And we hadn't taken anybody's job. So we either get out in front of it, or we'll be behind for a long time. Because it's not, you mentioned, Mr. Governor, there's a lot of money going other places, and it's not coming to us. But we're going to keep having school.
But when you say something like, there's probably another 2 million eventually coming, what makes you think that? As far as what areas?
Well, number one, if you take what I'm getting ready to show you, in positions, we're going to lose whatever, 1.3 million, I think, is the cost of 17 positions I'm going to show you that we won't have next year. 17 times 80,000, I think, 1.3 million something. Is that right, Marty?
That's right. 1.2 would be the difference in the low well.
Yeah, because remember, we only, this year, we said, with the low wealth, we did 1.3, and we said we'd fund the rest of it with appropriated fund balance because of the timing. But there's still, that low wealth cut was 2,485,000, so we've got a balance of 1.2 out there we need to close.
And low wealth is based strictly on what?
Low wealth is really based on, the two ways you get low wealth money up is increase your local base funding and your property tax rate. That's the way you get low wealth funding up. It's based on the poverty level of our county. And here's what I'm going to tell you. I got alarmed last year because we went from tier 2 to tier 1 in the middle of the year last year. So we went from this level of poverty to this level. And then that's where the $2.485 million cut came from. Well, ironically, a couple weeks ago, they went ahead and put us officially back at tier 2. So I'm going to guess there's another cut coming. Or either they formalize what happened, because what happened, Mr. Governor, didn't make any sense.
That's why.
When we went from this poverty level to this one, but we got cut, it didn't make any sense. So when you ask where the 2 million is, we've got the balance of what we said we do with appropriated fund balance. And then, I mean, you just watch. I told you, I'm going to show you a formula or a document here in a few minutes, or after the break. And it's going to show you 17 positions that we're going to lose. We already know we're going to lose because the way they do allotments of positions. And that's not counting the other thing. So, probably the least popular thing on the list, anything else about positions? Anything else about this? Probably the least popular thing on the list is what's highlighted right now. So, you've probably heard me say more than one time, so There's 4 things we come up short every year with state funding. Transportation, technology, textbooks, EC. So when we get, and Wendy's back there, so Wendy, correct if I'm wrong, when we get our funding and we make our complaint about the formula, one of the first things we hear is, it would be different if you ran a tiered system. Now, I'm not saying it wouldn't be different for families too. I get it. I've been a part of a tiered system. I've been a parent of a tiered system. I've been a principal. I've been the principal whose school first bell rang at 7:18 in the morning. First class started at 7:25, last bell rang at 2:18. All this stuff about athletics that people try to write about, all that, I dealt with that for 10 years of my career. There's nothing there. It all works. That works. Getting out at 2:25, 2:18, having athletics, it all works. People that write stories probably are people who haven't been involved in it. Having practice at 2:30, 3 o'clock, it works. Okay? I've also been the parent whose little kids got out at 3:50 because of that tiered system. Yes, in the summer and in the winter, when they get out before they can turn around, both of my kids were very active and liked to be outside before they could turn around and it was dark. I can tell you when I was in Burlington, I was middle school principal, and we started at 8:15 and got at 3:15 before I could turn around and it was dark there too, in the winter. So, but here's what you gotta know about tiered transportation. Maybe we don't kick off system-wide. I think that'd be pretty hard. But we used to run it in the Rambling zone, because it's kind of got some urban, it got schools close enough. But the thing about transportation is this. The more kids you can get to and from school, and I'm sure people in Raleigh are telling me I'm not describing it right, but I'm trying my best, Wendy. It's what I've always done. The more kids you get to and from school with the same bus, the better off your funding's going to be. So, I was in the largest school system in the state. We had 160 schools when I came here. We operated that school system with 966 buses because of tiers. I'm not saying everybody's going to jump up and down Ms. Whitaker and say, oh, this is great, because somebody does have the last tier and somebody has the morning tier. And quite frankly, here's a challenge, like we have weather pop up. Yes, the superintendent, because I have to deal with that, has to figure out how far to get us out of school so the last tier is home safely. And some people don't understand that. How far in the morning does the first tier have to go home so we get the last tier home in the bus this morning? So that's an avenue. I'll put it out there for you. We feel pretty clear about $960,000 is on the table. That one is not as exciting, but
And that 960 is doing system-wide?
yeah, that'd be system-wide.
I mean, you put Fred, Sherry, I'm gonna, probably about 25 years ago or so, Marty, didn't they run some kind of,
In Randall.
I
Oh,
think they
second
run
load,
something like
first
that
load, second
Southwest.
load, we did that at
I think they did it
Trinity.
Southwest too.
You take a first load home, then you come back to the school and take
It was
another
when my
load.
son was in school, she's 38 years old now, so. Cause I remember the kids hated
They
it.
did, they had first load, second load, so.
Yeah, it
some
wasn't
kids
really
came in early,
tier,
some
tier,
kids-
but it was.
Yeah.
But it was the same school,
The
you were
kids
dealing
would
with the
come in, they
same.
bring a load, drop them off, they
Yes.
sit in the gym or somewhere, till they
Yes.
went and got the other load, then they, you know, some of them sit in the gym an hour of the morning
Yeah.
before school
Probably
starts.
specific neighborhoods that they did that for, not necessarily
A whole area.
quadrant thing.
Yeah.
But
You
Southwest may still do they do a first load, second load now, Wendy?
Yeah, we do some,
I mean, we got a couple occasions where we'll go out to a mobile home area.
Yeah.
We can unload a bunch of kids, a whole bus load, and you go
Right.
back,
Uh-huh.
you know, for 5
I
minutes.
mean,
10
God,
That's what
minutes.
I mean,
we
that
were
ain't
doing
even
that when
tier
I was there.
system and people ain't happy with that.
Could you tweak the tier system a little bit, like, the first load, I mean, when we talked about it a few years ago, I mean, it started, it seemed like the elementary started
They're not talking.
really, really early, right? They were first. And then, were they first or high school?
that
Was
was
it-
second.
What's
We
up in
did
here?
middle and elementary was second.
Second, okay. I mean, is there any way to tweak it a little bit with less numbers that we have now, or you think, or? I guess what I'm saying is, you know, I was kinda, I was more against it last time, thinking it was, but then my take now is a little different. Because when you're talking about taking people's jobs, I mean, riding a bus is a privilege. It's convenience, and I know that's some people's only way. But also, our job is to make sure that the kids that get to school have the best chances and the best education. And if you don't like the bus system, you know, you can always bring your kid to school. I mean, that's a choice. Most people do have a car. And, I don't know, the bus is like, I guess, a free taxi service, so to speak. But, I mean, sometimes people have to change to, I mean, I would like to hear.
Because of their
Huh?
job schedule.
Huh?
Some people need buses because of their job schedule.
Oh, yeah, and I understand, you can't change that. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind looking at it a little more, if there's any way you could tweak it a little bit, and, or even try like a close area like Randleman, or still Trinity's pretty close. I mean, it's
How about
pretty
the
close.
best one?
I can understand Southwest being so spread out, or Eastern is so spread out. I mean, Eastern might could do it, I don't know, I don't
Well, what if
know.
we, board members, what if we looked at Randleman and Randleman and, AT, right?
18, yes.
Try to put something together,
Yeah.
bring back to you some ideas
If
of
we
how
just
we
did it in a
might-
certain
There's
area.
nothing wrong with looking at it,
Because
you know.
it's not gonna get that,
It's-
but it'll get something towards that.
Well, and we might could keep
Well, if we
something else
save,
if
if we
we.
save 2 or 3 jobs,
Well, here's the other piece, I thought you were gonna go there, Mr. Cook. With this, you're gonna need less bus drivers.
Yeah, that's true, I was thinking that list.
Now with this, you might have some differences in benefits to make, there's a little give and take, but can we look at that, Randy and Jamie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I think of the elementary schools in Artsdale, Trinity, I know the numbers are down, but I also look at the fact that most elementary schools, and I know Wendy tightened that up, and I commend her for that. You used to see 4 buses or, you know, some 3 sitting out there, and I'm thinking, but now you see 2 buses a lot less buses out there. And I know that's where you adjusted routes and you made it.
It'd probably be easier to
So,
start
that's
with
good.
area first before
All right, we'll bring something back on that. That'll be, February. We'll bring something back for those 2 zones. Everybody fine with that?
Yes.
And bring back some kind of cost
Yes.
with it, cost savings. So there again, that's,
my work.
so any other questions about this list? Obviously, this list is for you to think about, us to think about, but I don't wanna get too far down the road, as we look at some things. Again, I encourage you to look at,
I'm gonna comment on one thing, because if I don't, I hate to say so much, but I was a part of when they brought student advocates in, okay? I was a pretty strong supporter, and I may have been the only one on this board. Were you on here? I was the only one when they came in, okay? And, with that being said, I'm not sure, I mean, how it is now, I know they probably knows more than I do about it. But you've got a classified person, and they do it, I mean, for the most part, the ones I know, the one like at Southwest Mid, I know that, I know several of them, but for the most part, there has been mistakes over the years when you hire one, you'd hire one maybe to use as a coach or something. That's a mistake, that's the principal's fault, okay? But if you hire a student advocate or do what they're supposed to do, I mean, we have a shortage, social workers, and sometimes when you're dealing with social workers, you're just a number, okay? That's just my opinion, they got too many, you spread too thin. But when you're dealing with student advocate, they get right to the point with that kid that's in trouble because they're with them every day. And I mean, you could cut it back. I get it, if you could work that, like, I know you and I had that conversation, but get, middle and high school or whatever, somebody left, but I mean, you get more bang for your buck there. You're getting like almost half price, and they do a lot of work, I think, some of them, if their heart's in the right place, which the ones I know, their heart's in the right place.
and if you cut it in half, Mr. Cook, you still could save $295,000. That's right at, I mean.
I'm not sure I'd want to cut it completely out, that's what I'm saying.
No, yes, that's why that's the,
Right.
yeah. You know, and that's why I'm trying to give you some, I wouldn't just come, I don't wanna come in here and just say boom, boom. So there's, I mean, you look, you did that in half, there's a half, that's almost $1 million right there. That's 1.3 there, and then, so anyways, I'll, just wanna share that with you. Anything else about that list before we get into some other?
Are we gonna talk about the low wealth of the county commissioner?
Yes, yes, there is, because one of the items I'm gonna pull out is gonna be
I
that.
just wanna make sure,
Yes.
because, you know.
So
This
there's-
afternoon,
Yes,
Huh?
this afternoon.
that's,
But I mean, I know you got
It's a
this
big deal,
list
they
for
need
us
to
to
think
think,
up.
Yes, sir.
to think about this stuff on the list, but, you know, I'm strongly against, and I believe probably every other, I'm reading specialist, that just needs to be whited out off that list.
I agree.
okay.
My, that's just my opinion, because I know over the years, my kids has used them, and it helped them greatly later on.
I think they
Well,
would
if
have
you
more
can't
than ever.
read,
You can't read,
You can't do anything.
Exactly. And they need to
Well, again,
early.
as I mentioned, it's on there just because extra, so we'll make that note.
I think that'd be tougher job
I know
now.
that's.
All right. Anything else about this list before we move on to the next thing?
She's not doing nothing, still.
Sheena, how do I get out of this? Exactly.
And we need as a group to make sure that we're tackling this and not waiting late before we do anything.
Well, and I want to say to anybody, listen, I'm not devaluing any position in this school
Not at
system.
all.
And I don't think anybody else is either. I'm the one who brought the list in, but we know we got to do something. And I would tell you, Mr. Cook, I think early I said that and that ROTC was the tough ones on the list to me. Probably, and just real tough, because I know what ROTC is going on with kids, with those three groups of kids at those three schools. And reading specialists, not devaluing the other positions, but we know something's got to happen.
I mean, it's like you said, we still owe from this year's cut. We took out a fund balance. And we can't be here again in July and said, well, let's take another $1 million out of fund balance. You just can't bleed the well dry.
The least effect on personnel and, hurting, maybe, you know which one it is. I definitely try to come up with something, let's look at it from, like you said, the Hartsdale, Trinity, and Randleman area on the tier bus.
Well, I appreciate that encouragement to look at that, because I really think there's some resources we can grab. I think it gets tougher in Hoover, I think it does get tougher in East, I think it gets very tougher in Southwest. All right, so the next item on the list, and we're about 15 minutes off, but the next item on the list, I was trying to think, what is it? You know, discussion of information from the ORS student assignment study. We had them here in October. It was October and November. And so what I had back was, can we have some time to discuss it? So I don't know if these questions mean anything to you, or strike any thoughts from your end. This is what, just brainstorming at my desk, thinking, how does this discussion go? Just, what were the highlights of the information for you? What information did you not think was very useful? What information surprised you? I'll tell you what surprised me. 10 years out, very few schools getting bigger, but we're getting told by economic forecasters, I'm like, where are the people at? So, I'll tell you right there, surprise, we go to phase 1 of the growth plan, there's not a need for phase 2 right now. Really, phase 1 was about replacing 2 schools and renovating the other 3 regional high schools. Because I believe we're gonna need all 5 of those for a long, long time. So that was my surprise. The next one is kind of longer worded. We've got another contract coming, by the way, it came through an email today. It has to go through a lot of levels at the university level at NC State. So we've got it today. What types of priorities do you as a Board of Education want to set for action moving forward? And I'm not trying to upset you, you don't see me writing anything now, but I got staff writing and trying to record things you're sharing today. And then lastly, This is another thing that's come up with the board, and that may be part of 4, really, priorities. What type of meeting structure would you like to establish to handle this information that be coming our way? And I said, board work session every other month, just about this, nothing else, not 45 minutes of this, and here we got 10 other topics. Extra time as a group, I think we're gonna need extra time as a group, staff and board, to deal with what we're dealing with, is what's coming through and what we get from the staff members at Transportation Research and Education Group. So I'm just gonna open the floor. I mean, we have brought everything that was shared at both of those board work sessions. Obviously Larry is under the weather. He got sick this weekend, not share his personal business, but he called me last night and said, I just can't make it. So he and I have been working on some of this. Sheena's gonna help me with it. If there's anything you wanna go back and see, I mean, we've got that big long list of developments that have been approved. Looks like the biggest development's the one going to Ramsey. Of all of them, looks like that's the biggest one.
And
But
there's
it'll-
been no broken ground yet either.
And so I can't quite figure out exactly where it's gonna be.
Yeah.
But, I'm trying not to hit something while I'm riding through there to go to Southeast to see if I can tell what's going on, but, so anyways, I'm gonna open the floor because, I don't know, just, I know this was can we have time to discuss it? So, I don't know how, I just felt like we needed something to kind of guide, so I'll open the floor, let you guys go with, we just start with what were the highlights and information, did anything jump out as a highlight?
Hey, I wanna ask, I don't know if this is the right, but the thing that I wondered, and I'll ask you maybe, I asked them and I like what the point they're going. The second time they were here, I kind of felt like it was an advertisement a little bit, you know, just in the real world, you know, I was a little bit lost. I mean, not lost, I get where they come from, I like what they do and I like what they help. But would they help us, like, if you ask me, no, I don't, cut that camera off, no. But if you ask me what I really think, just sitting here thinking, there's a time and it's sooner than later when your enrollment's down and schools are not full.
You have to look at different scenarios
You're
of
gonna
how
have to
that
look at different
impacts.
scenarios, you're gonna
I'll
have to
say
look.
what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to look
You
at,
got to.
look, we've got a place here, we gotta do something. And we're gonna inconvenience some people, we're gonna make some people mad. We also gonna have to look over here, where we may have to move some people around. Now, you're not gonna like that, but we need somebody to help. I guess if they're the professionals, then they're supposed to know, you know, this is what we have to do. I mean, you know, it's a business, you know, sometimes a business, you can't make everybody
But
happy.
you're gonna make, I mean,
Yep.
just say you're looking at one school sitting over here 65% full, so, and you got one over here sitting at 50% full.
Are they gonna help do that?
I mean, yeah, are you gonna take 8-10%, even though it's not filling any of them up, but it's even them out?
And if
You
you
know what I'm
have,
saying? Cause you're gonna leave these schools open, it's costing you money to run them.
and
But
Dr.
then if it's growth comes,
Right.
then ain't nobody open.
Now, if you ended up, let's say scenario, you had to close a school, would that help on your budget? So, if you've got something, man, I hate to say it, but if you got I'm just going there, what the heck? If you're in the restaurant business, or whatever business you're in, if you have a store here and you're losing money, and you got a store right here where you're good, you're doing good, but you've got room. You know, I'm sorry, when we're cutting this kind of money and these type of people's jobs, we're gonna have to make a tough call. What we're really gonna have to do, there's your tough call. We're gonna have to go there, we're gonna, you know what? It may have worked out 10, 12, 15 years ago, but it ain't working now, and we're gonna have to address that. You talk about random middle of your crap, you're going down every year, you know, that's on the small, they're fine. But when you're talking about a school that is still going down, I mean, we might as well look at the fact that that needs to be on the list too.
And there's they're showing us no growth in that
No,
area.
no growth in the
So
area.
it's not like we could hold on another year or so and
Yeah.
say it'll equal out. It's not
No,
going to
the
do
sooner,
that.
that needs to be on the list of what they can do, because we need to make that call sooner or later.
But that's not on the list.
I know, but
because
why?
There's a legal process that has to be followed for that, and
Okay.
and so
I'm
that's
just
why
saying, but it has to be talked about. Or are they on board to help you if it
If we
comes
go,
to that?
yes, they will, but if we go down a process of closing a school, there's a very defined legal process that will be.
But when we consider something like that, or have to go in that direction, there's a lot of other things we consider, the bus times,
Yeah.
things like that, how long a student's on there, and they'll be able to provide all that.
That's all I'm saying,
But we
will they
just
help
got
us
to
do
give them-
that?
We just
Yeah.
got to give them options
I
of
got
what
you.
we're thinking,
That's all, I'm
So-
asking.
yeah.
Or moving kids from one school to the other, yeah.
So just to refresh, one part of the next contract, decision to be made by student assignment zones such as changes, decisions leave as is, which schools will operate moving forward and ones that will not. Another piece of that is sequencing projects with a timeline, so we're in a good position. Another piece was to use, will be involving input from the public. And so they're integrated in this whole process. And then we know the facilities assessments, capacity of each school, they'll be looking at each room at each school, that'll be done. And then a big section, Mr. Cook, to your point, school consolidation, repurposing, that's when recommendations be made, which schools should be closed, or which ones should be repurposed or combined. But I can tell you, yes, there are some ideas out there. There's a particular idea right now, but there's a legal process as we follow it. So that's why that was not on the list. Okay.
But I mean, people gotta realize, you look at it, you grow. And I'll take this back 50 years. Gross Ranneman, Archdale Trinity, Ramseur, places like that. What's one thing they got Southwest area don't have?
A little town, community, that kind of thing.
Sewer and water.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
That's why these outer schools, their population's falling, because you ain't got the growth. The most growth you might have be a little bit of residential, but you don't have the growth, and that's what it is. And that's just what Randolph County's been behind for 50 years. Well, I mean, that's just where the growth's gonna happen at, where businesses grow. That's the communities that's gonna grow. You take out, you get out to Farmer, you get out to Tabernacle, you get down towards Coal Ridge. I know 25, 30 years ago, the Randolph County Economic Advisor said, we don't want those areas to grow. Yes, they're agriculture. But guess what? Shannon, you deal with agriculture. When all these old farmers die off, what's people wanna build?
Somebody gonna sell it.
Neighborhoods.
Houses. Cause
Yeah.
Yeah.
kids don't want it.
Yeah.
Well, they want the money.
And then they want the money, but it's not gonna grow because we don't have water and sewer throughout our county. That's why our county only grows in certain spots.
And right now, the county has everything.
county
set
water.
up with how much you can use on it.
If you look at the numbers, we have 17 schools that are 50 years or older, 17. And if you look at the last 6 schools we built, Trinity Middle School, 74% capacity. Wheatmore High School, 62% capacity. Providence Grove, 55. Yory Ridge, 58. Southmont, 75, and Hopewell, 90. We've got to address these older schools too, as
Oh,
we're thinking
yeah.
about all this.
And
Because the cost of operating those schools, it's just,
And point of clarity, just somebody listening, you're looking at the report from this month, right? The DC, you're looking at the January report, right?
I'm looking at
So
Jason.
it's bumped up. That was, when I was giving you all those percentages before, that was the October
Yeah.
first quarter. So some of them bumped up a percentage point or something, and someone's listening that close may say, well, you know, Gaines just said that, that was high school 61, well, that's 162.
Yeah, but 17
Yeah.
schools,
Yeah.
50 years or older.
Well, that's, now, see, there's the point in the replacement, you're talking about our older schools, something need to be done.
Yes.
So there's the point, that's what phase one was about. It was about the current schools. It was about replacing Randolph High School, replacing Liberty, renovating those other 3 high schools. Because we're going, I believe, and look, 13 years doesn't make 50. 13 doesn't make 20. But I don't see, after watching this for this window of time, I think we're gonna need all 5 of those schools at some point. I mean, continue to operate. So, but we have some other hard decisions to make, and I think we've got at least, we have some hard decisions to make about, to the point Mr. Cook's making, about maybe underutilized facilities.
Now, a lot of those
Because
schools
when
have
you
had a
ask
wing
that-
built onto them though, or, I know like, I was just curious and I don't know if it's on there. Is it on there when they were,
Yeah.
okay.
So here's the other thing you gotta understand, when you close a school, somebody may say, well, how how do you save the money by closing school? Well, we have a school right now that we know is $126,000 in utilities. And
Say
you got
that again.
$126,000 in utilities, okay? Then you have positions. You're not gonna send the bookkeeper position to a school's already got a bookkeeper position. You'll probably send the person to an open bookkeeper position, but not the position. So that's how you start. Positions don't, the position doesn't go, the person does, and we work hard at that, so.
So would you save some teaching positions too?
Well, probably not teachers, because remember, teachers are allotted based on number of kids. So the kids gotta go somewhere. So if the school has 300 kids, that 300 kids worth of teachers are going somewhere. Where the kids go, so.
And this process isn't gonna be quick. I mean,
No.
the earliest will be 27, 28 school year.
And that's why, just, right, I mean, I don't know that you have, I don't know what you would like to discuss today. I was trying to think, I don't think you wanna go back through the reports, but we're ready if you want to. But I think, I'm just trying to think, well, let's get it out there, whatever.
I
We've
think
had
you
two-
know
we've
what,
had
I
two
think you know what we're
presentations.
thinking though.
Huh?
You pretty much know what we're all thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole picture, the whole, I mean, you know.
But we do, I think there is a place for, I saw some acknowledgement, maybe I missaw it, but did something surprise you? I was really surprised at 10-year.
That was my first.
I was shocked.
I was.
I was absolutely shocked when it hit my desk before we showed. I could not believe what we've been hearing and what that was.
And that doesn't even take into account legislation.
Yeah, so, and what else might happen? Are there other charters pop up in other private schools, other home schools? And that's here to stay. I mean, we've got to focus on who we are, and we do our job, and maybe some kids come back, but we do our job and take care of the kids we have. So the question is, and I don't even know at this point, number 4 was more, at some point, I think the group from NC State's gonna ask you, what are your priorities? They're gonna want you to hone in as a group on what are your priorities. I can tell you that's coming. I'll be shocked if it doesn't. Just some things they've said to me and other work I know they've done. The other thing we've gotta work on is, all of you have jobs and other things going on, but how are we gonna handle this animal when it starts? Because I can tell you what I experienced for the last 9 months before I came here. Student assignment was in almost every closed session. How are we gonna handle this? What kind of structure do we wanna create that works for y'all? I mean, I can make it work from my end, but what's gonna work for y'all that we don't start making decisions and we've got a board member not here or 2 board members not here or whatever, and because we're not all gonna agree on every little thing, but we've gotta come to consensus. So we've gotta come up, and I don't know that we can make that decision tonight, because I think you gotta go away from here and think about that. What can you do? Can you do every other month? I don't know that you wanna do every month, but I don't know. If you wanna do every month, that'd be the way to stay on top of it. But there's gonna be a lot of things, this next contract's gonna be a lot of things flowing. The one thing we're not gonna see much of, my take on it is we won't see much of, our facility guys will know it, our principals will know it. We won't see much of when they're doing the facility assessments. And they're going into each room. Remember they talk about, they go into every classroom, and they determine the capacity for that in every room in the building, which we need. We need, because we've all talked about, Marty, we talked about the capacities. Where did we came from, do we know?
Yeah,
We've been working off that, but it's time.
yeah.
It's time, so that's folded in this contract. And we're getting help towards this contract. We're not paying the whole $45,000. And I talked to the chair and vice chair Wednesday in my office, and the county manager, they understand we're using the backside of that $50,000. I think it's $2,250, so it's gonna cost us $2,250, $22,500 out of our
Let me ask you a question. They allotted you
I thought it was more than that.
$500,000 to tear down Braxton.
I'm gonna bring that up today.
And so it's not gonna be that much.
We-
So what if we, I know you're 22 out of 50. What if we ask them, I mean, I don't care, as early as this afternoon, as far as I'm concerned, that we've got to, and this is what I would do, I'd just say, look, here's where we are. You know, we're gonna save you money. We're not like some school systems that charge you more, you know? We've always give you money back, and we have. We give them back money when we built Trinity Middle, when some places went 34 million over, but we did the right thing. Yes, I said. But anyway, can we get them to,
90 cents.
They should allow us.
they should allow us a little extra. They should pay for it.
It's interesting, because you're right, the Braxton Craven is coming in about 76,000
They
less.
should pay for it.
So, to
They
me,
created
I'm
the
hoping
problem,
that
a lot of it.
76 will help us towards our capital outlay request we're gonna ask for today, or share today, and towards this contract. So I hope maybe we can get this contract, it's gonna, I hope it'll work in our favor.
Yeah, they should pay for it.
So the question is, I think maybe, is there anything in those first three? Was there a highlight, was there anything that anybody saw that you just thought was a highlight that you, I was excited because I want to see how many developments there were. And I didn't know the way to see it other than to do it.
I think one thing with those developments though is, you know, and one of the guys from, Raleigh said that, he said that just because it's been approved doesn't mean there's anything ever gonna be built there. And, I started I asked a couple of builders about things, and they said, I've had land and things approved for 15 years, and he said, I'm no closer to doing it than I am today.
Yeah.
I mean, I was 15 years ago, so, that don't help us any because it's still approved, but, we may be still sitting here, well, I'm not gonna be sitting here 15 years from now, but some of y'all may be sitting here 15 years now, and,
I knew that was coming.
yeah, I know, but anyway, he said, yeah, but, and he still said, well, this is approved for this many units, this many single-family homes, whatever, and still, you know, not a single family.
Just like you say, how many
Well,
breaking
breaking
ground?
ground.
to your point, I'm looking at this chart right now, and Gene, I don't think, don't pull it, I don't think, unless y'all wanna see it. The only big movement so far is 24, units have been built in Colette, I guess it's Colette Farms in Trinity, and another 43 have been built. That's almost full, cottages at Piper Village in Trinity, there's only 12 left, haven't been built. And then you go over to Pinewood, villas at Pinewood, I had no idea there was gonna be 65 of those.
Most,
I thought,
Most of
most
them
of
are
them-
retired,
yeah, most of them
Yeah,
retired people.
they've
Most of
already
them
built
are some.
42 of them, I don't know where they are.
right in front of.
Right beside the
Bus drivers.
I know, but is that, I didn't think there was that many
There's not
there.
42 there.
I didn't think there's 42, so
About 50
that thing,
there.
I was shocked at that. Now, there are 95 out of the 118 that have been approved in Trinity Towns in Trinity. So here's your other theme here. The only thing happening right now is right where I think phase 2 is going. And when it goes there, we're not coming back for a long time. Because the only thing we've seen come out of the ground really in that Trinity area, right? So, I hear you, Mr. Burgess. Some of this stuff's been approved, may not happen. I thought there was something big and random.
I know when Mr. Lanier got all that approved on
Oh,
top
there,
hill down there,
stuff's happening.
it took 7 years for a first house.
There's a lot of that.
There's the Earnhardt Apartments,
And it
96
was so
of them.
important to have it done immediately.
But they hadn't, they said, this doesn't show, I think this
They're
is
building townhomes
yeah.
there at the freeze
Are those the
place.
ones on the right?
Encore at Bentley Manor, doing
If
48.
you're leaving Walmart, it's on the left.
Okay.
What is it?
Walmart's
That's
on
what I
the
thought.
left. Yeah.
English Farm.
We're Commonwealth, what's that?
Tractor Supply and some more apartments.
Where's English Farm? Is that out by John
It
Lawrence?
ain't halfway down.
So that,
English Farm, where's that at?
that's on 62.
On 62.
Yeah, that's there at the Y, behind the Y.
So that's,
They've
you
been
know,
working that plot of land past John Lawrence.
I was surprised on some things.
They're gonna build down below John Lawrence, that's where all those, I
Are
think
those
they
gonna be
started back,
apartments?
yeah, they're
Houses?
apartments, they, are like townhomes things, but they,
That's a
the
huge
first person, somebody, I don't know what happened to some of them, they're back on track now, I heard.
Yeah, they're out there working.
Yeah.
See, Farmer and Franklin are even budgeting for the next 10 years.
I just think maybe we've got to create some scenarios, what we want to provide this group,
Yeah, really.
and get those numbers based off of that. And
How specific is that?
we need to do it sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fast.
So,
To the point, let's begin.
anything else on the 3 questions? I think the first, I kind of think whatever structure y'all might want to do, and maybe it's every other month we come to, and I get it. I'll meet with y'all as late as y'all wanna meet. I mean, that's,
Maybe just start out with every other month.
I think it's gotta kinda come back on them a little bit,
Yeah.
for what this next step is.
do you wanna wait and see what they come forward with? What do you?
Are we waiting on them for something now?
No, we've got a contract today, so we're getting ready to sign
Yeah,
that.
but we need to give them something to work on.
Yeah, the next, once we get that in place, then I can have conversations and say, what's the next steps? These are some questions I gave my board. Now, what's the next steps? Are y'all, I mean, but I think we need to, if we need, for y'all's sake, in your schedules, we need to come up with some kind of structure for, hey, this is when our board's gonna get together about this only. They're not gonna get together and talk about this and budget stuff and all this. They're gonna come together, talk about this, because then Larry and I can give them, here's the schedule. And we need you here, we don't need you here, whatever, you know, which meetings, maybe it's every meeting you want here.
But outside of what's on there, you also know
We
what
don't need to
things we're thinking that's not on there. I mean, I don't want them coming in here spending 2 hours and they don't talk about something I'm thinking about, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
No, we need to be
I think we
specific.
need to just get together as a group and just write down what we're thinking.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
then
just
just
do
say,
that when it
hey,
comes.
this is what we're thinking.
I almost like to not.
You need to take it. You tell us when we need to meet again. If it's the following month or whatever, we need to go ahead, we need to go jump on this. Because I'm telling you, this is January, well, you
you
know,
do need to jump on it, because
Yeah.
if you come back with that, I mean, not taking in all due respect,
if we're gonna make
we
some
gotta
really
be
big,
tough.
really big changes, we need people to be able to,
Just put
Have
it out
time.
there with
That's
us.
right.
Next year, we need to, and it's just me thinking out loud, I don't think we need to turn mid-year without it. We have different student assignment, maybe we can go a little bit later in spring, so anybody listening, I'm not saying, but we don't need to get too far into the
I
spring.
don't think so either.
Because,
No.
If it needs to be out there by the end of this year, December latest,
December.
I think.
So is it the board's, anybody else have any feedback on this before
I think on the right track.
So, sign the contract.
I don't think we need to have a part of every meeting, it needs to be a dedicated meeting or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Say that again?
It
I
needs to be-
think it needs to be a dedicated
Yes.
meeting, it doesn't need to be, all right, we'll spend 20 minutes here.
Mhm.
No, it just need to be.
Because then it gets rushed,
Yeah.
and then the next topic's waiting there, and it gets rushed, and then we wind up, not sure what we end up doing.
Can
So,
we meet before our February meeting? That day, but earlier?
See, I was thinking to y'all, and that's why I want to be very careful and protective of your schedules. You know, we've been doing work session 4:30 to 5:30. You know, do we want to do something, work with them? Because if I could give them something and say, pencil us in for these dates, do we want to, I don't know how early is too early for y'all.
I think our first meeting should be without them. I think we need to
Yeah.
talk as a group.
And come up with our points.
This is what are y'all, this is what we thinking. And then, get that together, and then give it to them, and, let's just see how long it takes them to get back to us, and then we plan a meeting based on that.
Do you think, Todd, we need, when to come up with a conversation, and Lord, like today, for instance, we've never had a meeting this long since you've been here. But, well, we have,
Not-
been
not
here
that
half the
was
night,
scheduled.
but I'm not talking about a work session,
We used to
okay?
have them all the
Well,
time.
And that's one of the things I've enjoyed, you know, you didn't believe in a 3-day meeting, but do you think it's with the tough decisions, serious decisions that we have like on our plate, that we may need to look at a couple times, starting at maybe 3 or something
Yeah,
instead
that's what I'm
of,
saying,
Yeah.
right before.
probably pick a time instead of the
For me
4:30.
personally, it's,
Huh?
for me personally, it's easier to, have it one day, rather than say, okay, we're gonna do this on this Monday and next Monday, and just.
Well, that's
I mean,
fine
'cause
too,
it's-
if you wanna do it
like I
like
said,
1 o'clock or
I can
something.
put on there where it took, whatever time they can do that.
I'd
but
rather
it's supposed to take
spend, I'd
multiple
rather spend
days.
5 hours in one day than.
That's
Yeah,
fine
I
with me,
agree.
I'm fine with that.
Can we do it
I
at
thought
3
you was gonna
o'clock?
say you wanna stay late at night, I was gonna, I can't handle that.
What did you have planned for the work session next month? Did you already have an agenda? Or an ideas?
It may be, I don't think it's anything that can't be moved to information to the board meeting, but I like that 3 o'clock, and then we have, you know, I just wrote down, what if we, what if we committed to 3 o'clock for February, March, and April? And then I can go ahead and tell, is that gonna work for you?
Yeah.
I can go ahead and tell them, look, the first one is just the board. And Etra come for the next two, how's that? I can get that on the
Does
calendar.
that mess you up, Fred, or
Does that
Tim?
mess you?
Would you rather, I don't have a problem either way, whatever y'all want.
So,
3 o'clock on the 8th, I don't remember what the dates are. in
February
March.
9th.
Just come in an hour.
February 9th is the next one.
You know, you was talking a while ago, you know my favorite thing in farmer,
yeah,
fire chief, yep, that's it. It's my favorite
Well, the
thing.
schedule's
One.
I thought you said chicken pie.
I love chicken pie, I haven't tried it lately, but
No, chicken
I
pie.
got, they got a fire chief down there
Mr.
second to
Burns, does
none.
that work for you?
yeah, I'd rather come earlier than I would say, and let's be the 9th and the 16th or something like that.
All right,
I
so
was
we'll,
I don't even know what.
so let's plan to,
Might not be here.
6,
That kind of-
5:30.
we'll do board,
When?
That's the only admin extra.
February 9th.
just board and determine, priorities, is that right?
Yep.
Set priorities, so we
Yes.
did. All right, anything else y'all wanna discuss about ORAD? ORAD stuff.
So Beverly, that means you gotta stay through April, or you can send me a reminder.
All right, well.
Are you gonna mention, can we tie that in, I do it one more? I mean, would this afternoon be the time you, or would you do that kinda off the record and mention that other to them, like maybe funding this with that?
Oh, I'm gonna, it'll be in my, sorry.
We'll do it today.
It's
I
gonna
think it
be-
needs to be face to face.
Cause I think we can strong arm them.
you
No,
know,
we can even-
If you put a table right there.
That's his rest.
I'm not getting the table, I'm not getting the table. All right,
Table.
We want to start
Mr.
going.
Cook, you wanna take a break? I have a 10-minute break, you wanna take it?
Yeah.
don't know what she just, we don't do that now. And I just got back, I don't even want to know what it was.
We'll forget if we are,
All right,
yeah. That's exactly right.
all right, board members, the next item on the list, we've referenced a little bit, just to give you I want to give you a reference point. So the state changed how they do allotments. And so basically what this memo says, that you have in front of you, it's on the screen. Basically what this memo says is that, okay, every year, on day 40, they lock us into a number, a student enrollment number, and that's what they base our allotments on. In the past, they allotted you on a position, on a number of students, and if you didn't make it on day 40, you had to give resources back. I like what the state's doing now, because now they say your day 40 number for fall X determines your resources for the next year, and you're guaranteed those resources. And if you grow more than that, you'll get resources additional. But the problem is, when your day 40 number one year is this, and the next year it goes down. So essentially, day 40 of the fall of 24 is what gave us our resources for this year, 25, 26. And that number was 14,830 students. Day 40 lock-in number for fall of 25 determines our resources for 26, 27 school year. So we're going to be allotted next school year, 26, 27, 337 students less, 14,493. 14,493 was our lock-in number we just had in the fall of 2025. So the whole reason for this being on the agenda was to get this out so people understand and may hear this and make sure you have this information as well. What this means is we will, remember we get allotted teachers based on number of students. So we're going to get 14 fewer regular ADM positions, average daily membership, which is your lock-in number. That's what that's referring to. We'll get 14 less next year, 26, 27. We'll also lose an elementary school BEP, that's your specialist teachers. We'll lose one from the system-wide allotment. We'll lose a position in the counselors, nurses, social workers. Sometimes you see that category called mental health. We'll lose a position there. And then we have a position, we'll lose a position in instructional support funding. So, you know, is it one position per school? No. Will it be felt a little bit? Yes. But here's the thing that I said something to the leadership team about this. You can't keep staff in your school system here when you only have funding for here. And that's why we use the displacement process we use. Because we will use vacancies to take people who, there'll be vacancies, there'll be retirements, there'll be people who will move. And that's why we do that process in March. We don't want to have to go in and say, okay, we're going to take 17, we're going to do a reduction in force of 17 people. We're not going to do that. We'll have space for people, but that's why we do that process. And we'll start probably February getting our numbers together, and then March and April we're in the process. I just wanted you to be aware that that is what we're looking at based on our enrollment. Again, we will be allocated on 337 less students. One of the questions that came up in the first part of this work session was, about the 2 million, well, it's not just gonna be 14 positions. I mean, 17, 14 regular ed, and then the other 3. It's not just gonna be 17 positions. It's gonna hit our dollar allotments. It'll hit our instructional supply money, stuff of that nature. So we're gonna gradually, we'll come down and it'll hit our 069 money, which is very flexible money. The 069 money is what we used when we were talking about assistant principals earlier today, and said that the state gives us enough for 15 assistant principal positions, we pay for 15.5 more. Well, you take that 15.5 comes out of 069 money. 15.5 times, Marty, can you do that, 92,806 times 15.5? 92,806.
I guess this is where it's really important to, and we're very fortunate to have a financial officer that keeps out in front of it. I mean,
Yes.
you're
No,
lucky, you know, you can get in trouble
92,806
quick, couldn't you?
times 15.5.
Like Forsyth County.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
What's that? Yeah.
Paying people when you didn't have the, yeah.
So, just as a point of reference,
Bill us out.
we spend on those extra 15 and a half APs that we were talking about, assistant principal we were talking about, we spend $1,438,493 beyond the assistant principal allotment on APs. Do we need it? Yes, we need it. We're not saying that was a bad expenditure, just giving you a point of reference. Those other allotment categories get hit. Those dollar allotments will get hit based on the number of employees, so, I mean, number of students, which, so I just wanted you to make you aware of that, of those 17 positions. But again, as noted, that last paragraph, while other allotment areas will be impacted by this reduction in the school system's student enrollment number, I wanted to share the impact on the allotment of teacher positions for 26, 27. So, any questions about that? Yes, we are fortunate to have a forward-looking finance officer who is,
I just wondered if you heard that. I was waiting to, I'm glad your radar went off on that one because it is important. I mean.
Is it any, I'm just curious, and it's just my own curiosity, is there anywhere you can find out how much, like, surrounding counties, how much their allotment gets reduced or grows as far as positions?
That's all public information, so I mean, it's out there, we just,
Had to figure out where it's out there?
well, I think I know where it's at, I would just need to know the systems you're looking for.
I'm just saying, you know, surrounding Montgomery, Davidson, Guilford, you know. Well, I'm just
you talking about allotments of dollars or allotments of positions?
positions,
Positions.
people position and dollars.
Well, money be interesting. You found that though, didn't you? How
Yeah,
much?
they put a chart on Low Well.
I mean, it would just be, just for me, the interesting to see how many's going through the same thing.
Well, if they're going backwards, they're going through the same thing. Whether they're addressing it or not, or like I just said, you can't keep staff in here when you're
We
here.
know from sight didn't address it.
Let me ask you this, if we get a state budget, like, let's just say, March, close to the primary, right after, if we get a state budget, and people could go to work, could they help us in any way? Like, I guess, clean up some stuff where we're in a big hole, and could that happen?
But you mean like legislators?
Yeah.
Well, they could. I mean, that's their call. I can't, what happens to that $2,485,000 we lost in Low Well? We don't have a budget, but we've already been cut back. So that's what we're working for.
But if we get a budget, they could maybe fix some stuff.
It would be great to have some relief
We'll
there.
give more vouchers.
Hmm.
We'll give more vouchers.
Dr. Gainey,
Yes,
it might not be a lot of numbers, but could this indirectly affect classroom size?
yes.
The increase in
Well, no, Mr. Cutler, there's the piece about
elementary?
K-3 class size, when they changed that law, that was the impact. That's the one. It's pulling more and more positions to K-3. But really, the high school level is so hard because it's about pre-registration. What is it the kids are selecting? And then you have to make hard decisions as a principal of, what's too few kids in a class for me to have that class? You know, I tell this, I had 5 kids sign up for AP Physics, one of my years as high school principal. 2,600 kids, 5 kids signed up. I could not offer AP Physics. First time in history of school wasn't offered. So you have to make those decisions because that kind of thing will affect class size too, Mr. Cutler. If you decide to leave a class of 10, it's gonna affect somebody. Now, elementary's impact, I've watched it for a long time. The class size issue at elementary is to me, the number one impact and the predominant impact is that K-3 class size. Before that elementary principal can do anything, he or she has to get the K-3 class sizes right. And Andrea works with it forever. She works with Meredith, works with the director, and Ashley Barr's involved. But before an elementary principal can even get going on anything else for 4 or 5, they've got to get K-3 right. So yes, K-3 dominating that scene. Middle school and high school, middle school kind of gets caught in the middle. But high school, one of the things I did as high school principal is I used to remind parents, and I used to stress and beg them to make sure their kids took pre-registration serious. Because you can't just sign up for any old thing and come August say, well, instead of taking Spanish, I want to take French. Well, I might not have a French teacher, or I may not have seats in French. And in the bigger picture, the K-3 class size has pulled more positions to the elementary level. Yes, clearly. And that's what some of us argued about when they changed it from 1 to 21 to what it is now. So.
But if we look at grade 4 through 12, should we look at whether we offer a class, and say they have 10 students, should we look at it more, let's reduce these other classes before we try to keep this one?
Well, that's where the leadership of the principal and the director are working at. Yeah, because that's the call you have to make. And it happens, it doesn't happen at the elementary level like it does at the middle and high. So, but you get in that tough spot. And then in fairness to the high school principal, okay, you have a class, you have 12 kids who need this class to graduate, and they're on some kind of track and they need it. Well, you've led them down this track the whole way, and now, you know.
But we have the information about those classes in that track saying, we have trouble
They have no
knowing, we have trouble with this subject. It may affect you later or something like that.
And that's exactly, and that's why also, Mr. Cutler, with the displacement process, a high school, particularly a high school, you may have 5 social studies teachers one year. But the next year, based on your registration trends, instead of having 4 math teachers again, you had 4 math teachers, 5 social studies. The next year, you may need a 5th math teacher for what's coming through in course selections, and only 4 social studies. So that's a displaced teacher. You got to displace one of those social studies teachers. So they're watching those trends. Dana's working with high school people. Tammy's with the middle. They work very hard at that. It is not an exact science because some things that happen, like an AP capstone program. We've even had it. We've had it a little bit at elementary school with the Spanish immersion program at Hopewell. You know, you can't join that program unless you've been somewhere else in that program after 1st grade. Well, always been the standard. But then when that cohort starts going through and kids leaving, you've got a group in 4th grade that's 19 kids, when every other 4th grade teacher's got 28, that's a little, and we had that one time, remember that, Mr. Cook? We had a cohort go through and it got small. And you were on the board, I think you and Mr. Paul both were on the board. We dealt with that. That's no fault of the school, it's just where that program was. And so, you like it being exact, and I love the scheduling part of being a high school principal. Particularly, middle school principal was less of it than you did at the high school level, but there are some hard calls.
Yeah, and I just look at it from the standpoint of middle and high school classroom sizes, trying to reduce those whenever we can, because there's more distractions in middle and high school.
My number
But the
one
more
priority,
students you have.
my number one priority as a new elementary, my number one priority as a middle school and high school principal is exactly that. The lower we can get the class size, the better off we were. But then there were times when your hands were tied, so.
What's the most you know of, like, a class, like the biggest class in the middle that you, any idea, like, I'm just curious. I don't see
I'll tell you what.
see how they do it.
And so here's what, and board members, here's where our focus, most of our focus, between Andre and I and Meredith, sitting back there, is I've signed an affidavit that the class size rule is satisfied. I do it twice a year. And so we're constantly looking, Andre comes to see me all the time as we're going through, we're going through the year, it's any given time, I'll know if we were questionable, like this year, we had to give a position to an elementary school. So remember this, they take every kindergarten class in Randolph County school system, okay? And they take the average size, every kindergarten class, every elementary school's kindergarten numbers. And that kindergarten class better not be over 18. I mean, that average better not be over 18. Now, you can take a single class as high as 21, but the math, you don't want too many of them going to 21 or 19 or 20, because it's going to skew the average. And if we don't have kindergarten 18 system-wide, we're out of compliance with the law. Same thing in first grade. Everyone lines up, all the Hopewell first grade, all the Southmont first grade, all those classes, it better average 16. Now, you can take a first grade class to 17, 18, or 19, but you better not do that too many times, because that average is going to go up. And so, I would say we spend second grade and third grade both 17. And so they can go as high as 20. But we spend an inordinate amount of time on the K-3 class size once school gets started. Just because we
still do combo classes any?
Yeah, we still do combo classes, yes. We
Yeah,
have to.
it just seems like, as a state, we're just looking at it wrong, because I feel like you need to look at it from classroom size first. And, okay, this is where we're gonna be, because you're tying in bonuses to administrators, and you're trying to tie in all these test scores and all that. Well, guys, if you got too many kids in there and you got too many distractions, you're looking at it wrong. You got to back up and say, hey, guys, this is what we're gonna have, and we'll fund you accordingly to that classroom size.
Well, and here's what, you said it, I heard when you were making your comment a minute ago, you said something about 412. So when they went to change K-3 from 21 class size, see, back in the day, I can't remember, the last year it wasn't in place, it was 2021, so they started phasing in the 18, 16, 17. Okay, so when it used to be K-3, 1 to 21, you could take a class to 24, but again, you didn't want too many of those at a grade level. So, but when that new rule was coming in, 18, 16, 17, I remember asking, so what's the state's plan for class size for grades 4 through 12? And all these years later, not have an answer. Because everybody that understood the logic of it knew that when you make these, and I'm not, look, K-3 is, I'm not devaluing how hard it is to teach K-3. But I will tell you this, I think it's hard on teachers when one of them sitting there with 16 kids and they see a fourth grade class of 32. I think that's hard, because schools are teams, schools are families in many ways, and they care about each other, and it's tough. So I believe a teacher with a small class size probably has, doesn't like the fact their colleague on the other end has a large class size. So the whole reason why Marty and I have been talking about this is we want to get this out there. We, like 2 years ago when ESSER money went away, Andrea was very clear with our principals that we gave everybody an extra teacher position for 2 years. And that was going to go out in the summer of '24, and we held to that. And we reminded people. And the same thing, remember we gave 2 extra TAs on ESSER money to elementary for 2.5 years. And we were very clear. So it's kind of the same idea. Let's make sure we're out there right now. And because the way the state does it, we're going to be allotted on 14,493 kids. So we know this is happening to the positions. So
So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just curious, what's the most kids we ever had? We had over 18,000 one time, didn't we?
18,400.
Wow.
Yeah. I saw some numbers. It was 17. It's been, but you got to remember, we have, last time I looked, we got 1,000. We have We have 1,728 kids in charters that have our address. So that, you put that on top of our, that's something, that gets you on up.
About 16,100.
All right,
So, Dr. Gary, just real
Yes,
quick, so those 14 positions there, it's not something you would anticipate as far as a RIF or anything,
No.
it would just be part of attrition.
we'll use
Yeah.
our displacement process.
Yeah.
And, I mean, people won't know it, other than they may look at their school, and they may say, well, last year we had,
Ex over fifth grade.
20 positions. This year we've got 19, maybe our enrollment's going to drop. We'll apply our formula and we'll, every school get their allotment, they'll do their plan. All
Still
right,
gonna do the same thing, just with a little less money.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, the next thing that was asked, we put on there, next two things, and I'll spend some time on this. And I didn't give you a memo on this, so I'm sorry. If I need to go and get that whiteboard out, I can write it down, but I'll try to go slow. All right, cost of school resource officers at every school. Okay, we have three things going on. And one, we don't pay for the school resource officer at early college. So it's only 30 schools. We have 13 middle schools and high schools, not counting early college, and they're all on one MOU. So you probably know this, we were paying the equivalent of $42,692 for about 10 years prior to 23-24 school year. The last 4 years, we've been trying to get those 13 to market value, which is $59,500. You know, we've added 4,000 per officer, 23-24, 24-25, this year 25-26. Commissioners paid for it the first 2 years. We took it, we didn't ask for it this year. We found the source for that, because we wanted the commissioners working on other things for us. So it's $52,000 we've added. So this year we're paying $54,692 per the 13 officers. So that MOU, we're paying $711,000. For years, this school system paid $555,000 at that lower rate. So we got $711,000 we're paying for, no grant money involved. And then, we got a grant a couple of years ago, and right now we're in the second year of the second 2-year window of this grant. And that grant was $176,000. And we took that grant, we started on January 1, 2023. We took that $176,000. We asked the commissioner for $62,000, they gave it to us, starting with the 23-24 year. So we have $238,003 in this next game plan. Safety grant money, 4 elementary officers, 1 per zone. $238,000. So we've done that now since January 1 of 2023. This spring is the end of the second 2-year window of that grant. So we gotta apply for it again. Beth will be applying for that. So
you said there's 4 officers
Yes.
with that safety grant at elementary school?
they roam, they're assigned to check in on elementary schools. Now, the high school, middle school people still kept we didn't take their assignments off, that they had an elementary school they were responsible for all these years. So we put January 1, 2023, we put 1 elementary officer in each zone. We made the plan in July of 22, and the sheriff's department had to recruit and train these SROs. So we've been running that. So that's $238,003. That's what that MOU is for. Okay, the next plan is not in place. We got a grant for $182,567. We signed an MOU with the Sheriff's Department. You approved that at the September 15 board meeting, and we were going to put 2 more elementary officers on the ground, okay, to work between the 3 non-AT zones. And that total cost was going to be $145,616. Now, what I can tell you about that grant is a 1-year grant. It runs out in the spring and the fall. And the Sheriff's Department's not been able to find candidates nor train them. So we got 3 different game plans. We got the 13 at the high schools, middle schools. We've got the 4 at the elementary zones. And then we got the 2 that we're gonna go to non-AT areas. That would have given us 5 in the non-AT areas for elementary schools, but they haven't been filled yet. And both of our safety grants are running out at the end of this year, so we gotta apply for both of them again.
What was the cost of the 2?
The total cost was $145,616. The grant was $182,567. We were gonna use the balance to bleed over into I think that grant runs out in September or October, Beth? September. So we were gonna use the balance there.
So the balance was gonna make up 3 officers to use in the AT area?
No, it's gonna give us 2 more officers. No, it's gonna give us 2 officers. The balance is gonna be used for the first of next year to run out, for those 2 officers.
And these 2 officers are gonna be,
Just non-AT zones.
Todd.
That would have given us 5 in the 3 non-AT zones.
okay.
Hey Todd, this afternoon, I asked for a second, I know when the commissioners are here, but I also, and I guess because it was going on in my back door, but I wanted to share a little more on that when they're here, like commissioners. And I want everybody to hear it, I want to be completely transparent this afternoon about what's going on, really going on, and where we really are right now, and I think you guys will find it interesting. So,
So what,
So the question has been raised, what if we had a SRO at every school, all 30 schools, again, taking away Irving College, and none of them are grant funded? Well, start out with, we know we have 711,000, next year will be 763,000. So you got to have 17 more officers, and I doubt we would start them at the market value of 59.5, we'd probably go to the market value of 72,808. Sheriff's Department's been working with us because we're trying to get to that 59,500 market value. We started that a couple years ago, but obviously the market value's moved higher, and I've just said, I'm trying to get 59.5. And they've been working with us. I mean, if we're giving them 4,000 more per officer more a year, we weren't asked to do it, we got out and did it to be better teammates. So hopefully those 13 on the ground will stay at 59,500. So go there, the other 17 come in at 72,808, and that cost would be $1,237,736 on top of so if you figure next year, the 13 will be 763,000, and the 13, 763, and the other 17, 1,237,736. Total cost for 30 SROs would be, on my count, $2,736. If we had no safety grant money involved, and we had one on every school
at 72,808?
for the other 17. I'm gonna assume we bring on 17 more, Mr. Cutler, we'd have to go to the real market value, which is 72,808. The 13 are on the one we've been chasing. Does that make sense?
So that total was 2 million what?
$2,736.
And that's for all 30, right?
That'd be all 30. And I'm just doing some math, I'm saying 17 of them will be at 72,808, and the 13 we've always had will be at the 59,500. I'd hope that our efforts to continue to work and bump that group up, because that's not a small task. I mean, we couldn't clear that all up in 1 year. And we got out in front, we offered it, we weren't asked to do it, we offered it, so just trying to stay ahead of that.
Can the sheriff's office supply that?
I don't think so.
Have we looked
They
at an
can't get us
outside
two,
entity?
right? They
We
can't get
did,
us two
we
right
did.
now.
So,
We got the money
I
sitting
missed,
there.
I missed something, because y'all were asking this, and I want to make sure it makes sense. So we got this extra grant this year, and we're adding 2 to non-AT zones. The reason we were going non-AT zones is because AT Tax Council was going to give us money to cover 4 schools the whole time, plus the one we already had up there, okay?
it's another Gary.
So we asked, or we went and looked at an outside group, it was Allied Universal. We got a dollar figure to cover those 4 up there, And we got feedback that a private agency would not work for that. So I just leave it right there. So we got a quote from Allied Universal for those 4 up there. That still doesn't solve the 2 that we've got down here for the non-AT zone. But, so that would, if that plan would work, we'd have all 5 schools AT zone covered, and then 5 elementaries roaming the 3 zones, non-AT. But we were told that that would not work using private agency.
Well, one of
We
the
were
things,
told by our Trinity, right?
Our
By the-
attorney was fine, we researched it, we had a complete, yes.
they
But why?
wanted,
Like, I don't
told-
understand why.
yeah.
Because the
They-
AT money can't be used
Yeah,
across
right.
the
They
board.
didn't
Here's
say,
the-
they
here's
just
the
said
deal.
they
Things.
just said no.
and I'll explain it. It's pretty interesting. There's a plan out there, and you'll see it all clear here in a little bit. I'd just rather do it one, if that's okay. But now I have asked around some other counties. I understand they use like Allied or somebody like maybe at the courthouse.
That's where we got the idea.
And that's another question I want to ask this afternoon. Why don't, that could, I don't know who funds that, I guess the commissioners. Okay, school safety should be priority 1, okay? No ifs, ands, and buts about it. You have no idea where it could happen, when it could happen, but it could dang sure happen. So, that's why I want to mention this afternoon. I'm going to explain the whole thing, exactly where we are, and where the rug we've been swept under, that I feel like. And, they could look at somebody at the courthouse. You can't make me believe at the courthouse, every time I've been in there, I had at least 3 people watching my wallet go through a bag, Now, I'm thinking, or at the door, I'm thinking, do you really need 3 officers standing there? I mean, we're only asking for, we're not, you know what? At a time, 1 person, we're asking for 1 officer to look after a school with, what, 600 kids?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, here's the problem. People don't think out of the box. They get used to the same old thing. And sometimes when things get tougher, things get different, you have to look at things different. And there is no excuse, I'll just say it now, there's no excuse for somebody not looking outside the box. That we could lose a grant because they don't have
It should
SROs.
be the top
They hadn't found
priority.
anybody.
It
Okay.
is.
One at a time.
There's no excuse for that.
Sheriff's Department gave Hybrid Academy one this year.
I heard that, yeah.
I mean, they can find the city of Ramseur, they can find Trinity 3 officers. I'm just disgusted with it, that's what I wanted to talk about this afternoon, because I'm gonna be transparent as I can. The AT thing, I just need, it'd be easier just to wait, I don't take up time, but you'll understand.
So any other questions about the SRO setup? The dollar figure is daunting. I guess daunting's the right word, I don't know. We've been trying to, like I say, we're trying to get that
Commissioners.
one up for 13 to more closer to the market value, but that market value is moving. So you have 3 scenarios right now. A 4th scenario, if you count the off-duty officer plan that is not in place yet in AT zone.
I mean,
Is that gonna be talked about only in your closing comment?
That's what I wanted to talk about, I wanted to explain where they were. You
You
do it
want
now?
15 minutes?
It won't take me but a minute, I don't wanna eat up time here, Bear, but it's just so simple. So simple, and you just need to hear how long.
I know Pinehurst, I was just talking to the fire chief from Pinehurst, and that's what Pinehurst Hospital, they went to hire and retired highway patrol, sheriff department, police department. That's what's running their security there. They got their own security force in Pinehurst.
And I'll tell you what else I heard just very recently. I heard there's like another SRO. They're taking an SRO officer real soon, I heard, and it's going to patrol. So that's probably gonna leave us with another void. I'm just saying. Look, Todd, at the end of the day, the real world, the plan, Elizabeth's worked with them, the MOU, everything, you've got the city of Archdale on board, the schools inside the city limits of Archdale. They're on board, they have a list of officers that's ready to go in and do the off-duty, like the plant, security there. And we've been messing with this thing, that's what I wanted to share, basically since October. I mean, the money was, AT tax got a penny more, and that money was gonna go to to help the school system out, have security, you know, it piggybacked off the Hopewell deal, okay? But it was to have officers, you know, outside the box in the AT area, which would, that one Roman could come down here. The grant could be strictly officers in the other part of the county. I mean, open up more, you know, and you know, even we were talking outside the box. Some of those schools, like small, closer, you know, maybe they could half a day here. I mean, do all you can to have a presence, okay? Well, here we are, what is this, January? City of Artsdale, we'll work with the MOU with the county. And, Friday, Elizabeth talked, or one day last week, to the attorney for the sheriff's department, but, I think we're getting a little bit closer. I don't know, we still haven't got anything from them. But the fact is, we have, now the SRO, what's his name, Boucher, whatever, he's been, anytime we've had a threat or anything, I'll give him, he's done a good, you know, he's had people, extra people on site. This has nothing to do with him. This has more to do with, it seems like, and it can happen anywhere. It seems like the SRO, when you mention it, I mean, somebody's just not doing anything. And I mean, I would be heads up, if you got an opportunity to have it paid for, and you don't even have to use, you know, the train that we've got to send them to school. This would be like the furniture market in High Point or something. You give these guys extra time to make a little, Artsdale officers, I find it hard to believe if they're jumping at the chance. You don't want to tell me the county guys wouldn't be jumping at the chance
I agree.
to earn
That's what most people do.
$40 an hour, basically, but you could save a ton of money at the end of the figure. That's what it is. And we're sitting here now, and they're not playing ball with us. Okay? Now, to me, and this is ugly, but I'm just gonna tell you, I'm a whole lot more concerned, and I'm concerned about homeless people, but I'm a whole lot more concerned about safety in school than I am where I'm gonna let somebody sleep. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. I mean, I haven't heard one thing mentioned about safety. The only thing I've ever heard, we don't have the people. We can't supply it. We don't have the people. Well, you know what? Look at the courthouse. Look at bringing that outside source in there. Don't make us the one to suffer. I mean, the kids should not. I mean, I tell you, you let something happen. That's why I'm coming clean with it. You let something happen in a school, and you know what this board thinks, school safety first, no matter what. The superintendent, everybody in this room, you let something happen, I don't want it, we're trying.
And I think they would be surprised at how, I know elementary, how often, if they don't have a officer on their premises, they have a suspicious car in their parking lot, they get a suspicious phone call, they're calling that officer and that officer is there. He leaves where he's assigned to come there. So a lot goes on that we don't even hear about, and I know
And you
that
got
these
domestic
officers,
things all the
that's
time.
right, these officers are called constantly, hey, come over here to our school, something, you know, whatever.
You know the
I mean, I
day,
know high
you
school
know
owners
the
don't
day
care.
the intruder came in Hopewell,
Yeah.
that was the one from Trinity High School, you know, they called there.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that was roaming that area, there wasn't one roaming that area at that
But
time.
we thought there was.
We thought there was.
Thought there was
Back
one.
when this plan first
But then we
started,
found out there
there was
wasn't.
another time we thought there was one roaming the AT area.
Mm-hmm.
And people started saying, well, I never see that roaming. You guys told me you had a paid roaming officer at elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got to checking, Dale went out and done a little calling around. Well, had any of them schools seen that person? Come to find out, they quit or something had happened. They were training one. That's just the truth. I mean, that's bottom line. You know what? If I piss
So
somebody
who
off,
drops
so
that
be it.
ball? Like, shouldn't we get a notification on that? Like, should not
Well,
somebody,
somebody
like,
should
it
have.
have been just
Well, you know
Somebody
what?
should
If
have been
people, they don't communicate very well with us, it don't sound like.
Thinking they're out there, and they're not.
I mean, now, I'm telling you, Boucher, whatever, he does a good job at it, you know, I know that's Dr. Gainey and Marty, who's go-to guy, and he does. But I'm not sure, there's some communication lost somewhere above him, you know what I'm saying?
Do y'all realize how many,
It's just not their
this is the
priority,
fact
honestly.
of what we know? How many communication or verbal threats, something being brought to school, how many we've had?
I would like to know.
22.
Since when?
Since the school year.
Yeah, Well, look, I mean, we.
Six
we-
of them in
we-
elementary
we
school.
won.
Yeah.
6 in elementary school, 9 in the middle school,
Yeah.
7 in the high school.
Yeah,
22.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
And don't we
It's gonna
deserve to
take the
have
next
that?
one till they're gonna say, God, I wish we'd had somebody there.
I know.
You let, that's exactly right.
And we had to take every one of them seriously. You have to.
And it's time we bring it to light. We need to do something about it.
Well,
My
let's not
thoughts
forget
is,
that.
you know what, it shouldn't be on us. They should bring an outside source. If they don't have anybody, bring them in the courthouse, let them watch the wallet go through, you know? I mean, I'm just saying, you've got probably how many officers down there?
Go down, go
I
down,
agree.
go down to the car garage.
Like I was
Well, you might have to get another guy out of the garage, you know? Just saying, it's time to fix it.
So, just based on what he said, just, I know the bigger problem is not the money on this, the bigger problem is the personnel. But, so like in that case, when were we paying for someone to be roaming that?
They said we weren't paying for it. I think they, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, we're paying for that, but,
Well, we got it cleaned up, cleaned back up.
right, okay.
But probably, good thing we discovered it.
Deputy net zone was
We may
covered.
still not
That's
have
not,
it.
we might think we still have one right
I know, it's,
Just saying.
now. I mean, it's sad and
Well, you'd
scary.
be surprised how many,
Well, we can share that with them today.
I mean.
I think that's
Yeah, me
important,
too.
don't you?
We need to
How
tell them
many
those numbers you just said right
officers
there.
I'm surprised it's 22, I thought it'd be higher than that, to be honest with you. And I thought we give them even.
That's just what
I
we
know,
know.
it feels like
That's
it.
just
That's
what-
right, that's what we know.
Today,
So that's what the
probably-
principals let the county know.
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
Have they caught every one of them? Pretty much, they have, haven't they? They've caught most of those threats, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, some of the things we did.
I mean, I would say
I would say-
Boucher,
I'd say
he's done a good
majority.
job on that, pushing that.
I
He
say
really
the
has.
majority, the high majority of them
Amen.
have been
I
called,
always
yes.
heard on the militia.
We need to call former militia.
All right, you want to go to the last topic?
Yeah, and you know.
Okay, so I have two things for you. Shannon's gonna put the first, the, hold on there. I got the mouse, what I do. You want me to do it? So the last thing was asked for information about open gate weapons detection system at every school. And, just want to show you some things we found. First of all, we have a, and it's up on the screen, I'm sorry, I didn't, see, we have a flyer, and there's the picture of it, it's two different, pillars. You walk through that, the person being checked does, right here in the foot of each pillar are two batteries. These are wireless devices. You walk through there. The system comes with a charger. We'll tell you that the battery is an 18-volt battery, so and it costs about $350 a piece. Now again, I'm going to tell you a couple things, but we don't know what bulk order would be. Larry and I talked about this. What if we ordered a bunch of batteries? Because the last thing you want to do is have it in your school and have two batteries in each pillar and not have a backup or a couple backups and find out, well, you can't recharge the one I got anymore. It's been recharged enough. Recharges in about 130 minutes, each battery. We'll walk through just some highlights on this, and I'm going to show you a little video. I mentioned it's wireless, wire-free. It's self-powered. Does not require any kind of connection electronic. There's that. It says, I like this, it's acoustic and optical signals. That's not the one. The next one is near zero rate of nuisance alarms. Not really sure, I wasn't in the presentation and the meeting Larry was in, but I'm assuming the stray alarm that's not just going off like sitting in the hallway, it's going off, no one's walking through it. That's what I think that may mean, but there's somebody that deals with this right now, probably saying I've really missed that one. Very portable, it says about 25 pounds, somewhere we saw that. There's a handle right here on each one, and there's wheels under here. You can tilt it, roll it. It can be used for indoor and outdoor. In this portability, there's air. What you do is you operate it, the settings off an app with a smartphone or with a tablet. So I would say this, you would not want it on someone's personal phone. That's just like we would not want, confidential stuff outside the realm of, school system. Again, this next thing is just a highlight sheet. I didn't remember, there it is, there's the weight, 25 pounds. Years ago, there was a top piece on these, I had one, the top piece went across here. My worry was always moving it because, it was very hard to move and you're afraid it was gonna break the top piece, so, that's that. So just give you, we're gonna watch a little video. If you've got a second, we'll watch that and then I'll give you some other comments, so.
No sound.
Is this guy with the coffee, is he?
I appreciate him drinking his coffee,
Is
but
he in charge?
I don't know what he does with
The
it
guy
when
standing
it
with
goes
a cup
off.
of coffee?
I'm assuming like a staff member would
Yeah.
man this every day.
Yeah, we'll get, yeah. So that's obviously a staff member with that duty.
He's getting up to talk.
Oh, somebody's gotta stop. It went red, so that kid needs to go to class. Is it over? Okay. So obviously when it's working and no one has anything, it's smooth. I will tell you, I don't wanna put we've got a formal quote, the dollar figure is anywhere from 18 to 21,000 was set up. Again, we don't know what a bulk order would be, but let me say 21,000 per entrance. So one of the things you'd have to say is, are you gonna bring everybody through the same entrance in the school every morning? So there's a per entrance, so it's.
That right there is considered a per entrance?
That's an
Yes,
entrance.
that
That's
per
an
One
entrance.
entrance.
That's an entrance.
Wow.
So.
Take a place like Trinity High School, that'd be almost impossible. I mean,
You know,
We look at Eastern Rand.
You've gotta look at,
And staffing.
this will be additional, would have to be staffed because, I wanna say this to any dealer out there listening. This is just an option for the school system. If we pursued this, we would follow the bid process. And it's been placed on our agenda today just because of a request for information from board members. It would take extra staff to operate. It does have to be hooked to the app, I've got in my notes here, or with my tablet or a phone, you can't just hook it to anything, and extra batteries would be recommended. So, you know,
What devices does it detect?
metal devices, super sensitive devices.
So it detect knives, guns, and
They probably detect anything from a belt buckle.
vapes?
I had to look back at that color, I can't remember if it does that or not. But, you know, what you have to deal with this, and I just want to be real clear with you. Everybody's gonna come to it. Okay? And it is gonna be, we'd have that responsibility, because I don't know what he's doing with his coffee cup. You know, because when it goes off, you need to know where it goes off, and you need to deal with that individual. So, you know, there's good, and there's challenges with it, and there's good, a lot of good with it, obviously. Some reason I think if you set you can get it down to pick up base. I had to look back in this cover. So anyways, you know, the issue would be, I don't remember the maintenance of it. I mean, it looks pretty self-sufficient. Obviously, the maintenance will be, I think you would want, my gut is you probably want at least 4 batteries on campus at all times that were new, because what would you say, you're talking per school, you'd be talking about, what, $1,400. And again, who knows, you order a lot of batteries. And I'm just thinking about I'm a principal and I'm operating this thing, or my staff's operating this thing, what I'll do, because I don't know that it would work if you only have one working. It's not like you walk by, it's gonna pick up, it's there for a tunnel. The only difference is where it was, the way the ones were in the past had the overpiece.
The $1,300,000, two entrances at each school and batteries, about $1.3 million.
And then what do you?
You'd need more than that. You'd need more than two at the high school.
Well, it just depends how you make it. I mean, as far as interest, you have to change it to two entrances.
And if you have two, then you gotta have two people that's gonna sit there all day.
I don't know if you can watch it all day, do you?
You're gonna make it an entry, I think you gotta have it on.
Parents coming in at all times, kids coming and going at all times.
I think if
Hard
we put
times,
it
that'd be hard
there,
to
You can't
afford.
just do it in the
I think if
mornings.
we put it there, we're there.
Yeah.
I mean, because, you know, you may have a situation, a
Get
reasonable
these
suspicion.
SROs
Get the
officers
SROs
sitting in-
something to do.
Give them some dudes who's sitting in the office talking.
They should be standing out there.
Real people.
Give them a one.
Every time I
So,
run-
that's what we know at this point. Any feedback you have on that, I certainly would, I wanted to, let you know, just want to make sure we got that to you guys that asked about that request to come.
I tell you, I don't know, what are we doing here? I know it's just information, I guess.
Just
information.
But, I know we're not voting on stuff like this. Personally, I'm saying I have a hard time doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of reasons why, but I mean, it'd be great to, no, I don't know if it'd be great or
Well,
not.
if we had an
Yeah.
unlimited budget,
Unlimited budget still
We
would
have
be the
people
top of my priority,
it might.
but, I mean, school safety is, but,
The one time when and I know times have changed everywhere, okay, I get that. But we went to a ball game in Forsyth County School one time, and, when we walked, I had to walk through one, you know, going into the game and all. And I thought, and I guess it's a mindset, you feel like,
It is.
holy crap,
it is.
something's gonna happen here, you
don't
know,
have to
you're thinking
think,
you're in
this
a.
is- This is not a safe area if I try to walk through a
You're
metal
taking
detector.
Randolph County, a lot of the, you know, you still dealing with good old, they don't think that way, you know, they like to just walk in and that's how we are. And,
Well, to this day, my dad or my husband,
Coming
a
down
pocket knife goes in your
400.
pocket when you get dressed in the morning.
yeah,
I mean, that's just
But
the mindset.
two entrances.
it'd be like you put something up like at the museum, the people would think you done lost your mind.
They did say this is.
Appreciate you getting it.
Yeah, thank you for getting
I'll
that.
look and see if there's any, I was just looking at the big pieces.
No, I was just looking at the costs, I just wanna know what the costs were.
I think it's definitely good.
I'd say the maximum cost per entrance was 21 with, we know it was over 18, but with installation.
Yeah, I did it at 20 though.
All right, Mr. Cook, that's all I have for now. We'll be back with the chair and with the commissioners if you have anything for me.
Yeah, that's true.
If we ever have a thing like COVID again, we may have to put one down here.
When we have board meetings.
I'm just saying, board meeting, you gotta come through there.
piece of the agenda as quick as we can today, but we also want to spend some other time. Mr. Cook, you want to welcome?
Hey, we appreciate all of you coming out today, and, this is, we told Dr. Kenny not to say it today, but you know, he's used that line enough that it's one of his favorite days of the year, so he promised he would not. I told him not to start this meeting off, but I don't think he's gonna go that route, but, anyway, it's great that we can have these meetings like this and, talk about things and, in a civil manner, like not everybody can say that, but we certainly appreciate working with you guys and that relationship piece, which means a lot. But anyway, this will get going.
Well, you know, sometimes when you, experience.
Do I get to call this meeting?
Oh, yeah, you can call it, order, yeah, I guess.
I told him about the Dutch.
All right, on behalf of the Randolph County Board of Commissioners, we call this is our special session to order, and as always, we're most grateful of these meetings, the time we can share, and a less, more relaxed atmosphere, have a little preview of what's coming up a couple months later in the year, but always thank you for your hospitality, and we look forward to hearing your plans today.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Thank you, commissioners. We have commissioners at the table, we have board members, we have leadership team members. And, you know, one of the things Mr. Cook said about it being my favorite day of the year, there's things you don't forget. And and it's burned pretty hard in my heart. When you go through a situation where you don't see elected officials in a room, at least collegiality or whatever you want to call it, or a friendly conversation, when you see that, you don't want to be a part of that. And so when you get to see this, it is special. It is special. It'll always be special to me. This was somewhat of a dream, vision, hope back in January of 2014 that everybody would, we could get everybody in the room, commissioners and the board members together. And so it's happened. This is, I guess, year 13 of this happening, and very excited about that. So I will say this to commissioners. I just appreciate how responsive you are, responsive to our questions, our feedback, and I consider you friends of our school system. And I consider you a great source of knowledge for me. I've learned a lot. And Mr. Holden, I've enjoyed meeting your staff and working with your staff. I appreciate y'all's efforts to support our school system. So I know we've got all our board members here, our staff members here. Mr. Cook, Chair, Mr. Bowles, I'm gonna miss somebody I know, Ms. Whitaker, Ms. Farlow, where the rest of our board members? Oh, Mr. Burgess, Mr. Cutler, so I'm missing I missed the whole row. I missed the whole row, so I shouldn't have done that, so, anyway. So, all right, I got you. And I got you. Everybody's just blended in, but, got leadership staff, I'm not gonna begin to introduce them, because I'll miss all of them, probably, but, got a great staff here, and, you know, when I say to people we hear a lot about public schools. We hear a lot about, you don't need a central office. You can't have a great school system without a great central office, period, end of story. There are things that happen here that cannot be handled at the school level. They don't have the time, they don't have the staff. And so, not that they don't have the abilities to do things, but they just don't have time to set, their roles are different. So, my leadership team is very, very special to me. We have directors back here as well. They're very special as well. So today the goal is to share with you our budget requests. I'm going to move fast. It's up here. We're going to go current expense, capital outlay, and get through the facility upgrade repair plan, because I promised our county manager we would save a little bit of time for our building plan, capital plan. But we're going to have a conversation. Want to answer any questions you have, and want to just take another step in building that positive relationship between you and our school system. So, just as a point of reference, our budget requests are not as big as in the past, not as many as in the past. We never had a ton of them, but the first thing we have up there, can you put that sheet up? First thing is continuation costs. People can believe it or not, but I've said it for 13 years, because this will be year 13. What I appreciate about the county commissioners in Randolph County is that they get, and if we don't get continuation costs, we're starting with a budget cut. If I'm a commissioner, I could approve a supplement, hey, Mr. Kidd, I could approve a supplement request, and a supplement request would be exciting for everybody, but not approve continuation costs, and once you've left the school system, doing is scurrying to fill that gap. So these are continuation costs. We have 2 current expense requests and 1 capital outlay. So, continuation costs. The first 3 apply to our 66 locally paid employees who are some of the best maintenance facility people you've ever seen. That's our maintenance facility, custodians, some clerical. So matching insurance, we say is going to go up 5% next year. I've had the great fortune of working with 2 wonderful, great finance officers who can see the vision. This guy sees out there. We were talking about that today. Why are we out there on our budget? Because this guy sees where we're going years out. Matching insurance, 5%. That's going to cost us, that increase will be $47,270. 5% increase. Matching retirement, another 5% increase. I don't mind these increases because they're taking care of our employees. That's going to be $280,202. Legislative salary increase. The legislature, we're going to match what the legislature, or mirror what the legislature does. 4% increase, $183,039. Charter school payments, and we'll get back to this in a minute. We anticipate losing another 125 kids to charter school. That means kids with our address to go to charter school. That's going to be $205,000. Liability, workers' comp, all our insurances, we're projecting a 10% increase. We have to have insurance. That 10% increase is going to be $165,350. And the last one, energy, water, garbage, fuel, our utility costs, 6% increase. That's going to be interesting to you. Tells you how much we pay. $326,371 will be the increase. Now, sometimes people ask me, I like numbers. I care about those numbers. If we don't get those numbers, we're already, we talked about a $2 million cut we're going to work on for this coming year. We don't get $1,207,232. We're behind the 8 ball again next year. So, let me go into a couple of these. The first 3 are for our 66 locally paid employees. The charter school payment, this has nothing to do, I've mentioned this before, it has nothing to do with charter schools. But we lose kids to charter school, have our address. Here's what happens 2 ways. When we lose kids, they don't always leave the same classroom, same school, but we lose about 24, the state pulls a position back. And they pull a position from us, but we can't pull it back and true it up because they could have come from 24 different schools or 24 different classrooms, so we have to absorb that position we lost. We have to keep paying for it. So there's a little bit of a budget cut. Also, a lot of people don't realize this, but every kid in Randolph has the address assigned to Asheboro City or Randolph County Schools. It has nothing to do with homeschool, private school, charter school. But when a kid is at a homeschool private school and they decide to go to a charter, they have one of our addresses, they come back and they get local and state money from us that we didn't have to begin with. And there's another budget cut. So it's not 1 for 1, dollar for dollar. Yes, Stephen Gainey gets it. If Stephen Gainey's not Randolph County School System, why should Randolph County School System keep money for Stephen Gainey? But it's not $1 for $1. So this year, when we lose a kid to a charter, this is what we lose in local money. So just to give you a point of reference, virtual charters and regular charters combined this year, we've already lost this much money in local money. The charters. Give you a little better one. This much of that figure of your local tax dollars has gone out of the county to charter schools in other counties. In that figure, this amount has gone to virtual charters. There's 3 virtual charters. There's the North Carolina Cyber Academy and North Carolina Virtual Academy. Those are state virtual charters. And now there's a new one out there, Pine Springs Preparatory Virtual Academy. Had 18 of our kids last year, it's got 60 of our kids this year. So again, there's another conversation with Steve Gainey, what are you doing about that? School choice is here. School choice is here. We'll continue to do the best we can and continue to try to attract kids and try to get our kids back. But the reality is we have to have funding to keep up with when we're losing this money. So charter school payments. Insurance premiums, that's a big deal for us, because it is for anybody. That's what we pay a year in insurance premiums right there. That's what we're paying this year. That's up almost $100,000 from last year. So we have to keep up. The state doesn't give us any money for insurance premiums. The state gives us, that's all our local money. Back in 15-16, we stepped out ahead of a lot of people and did a cyber liability insurance policy. It's now $34,000. First time we did it, Shannon, was about $13,000, was it not? We were out ahead of a lot of people trying to protect ourselves. And our energy, fuel, energy, garbage, obviously that's going to be a big amount, we know that. So that's where the continuation costs break down. You may remember this. Last year, we asked you for this in continuation costs. And you did, you got it for us. Thank goodness. We appreciate it. So, I remember when Marty and I started working on the budget this year, I said, I think I sent the board members out a comment on the email, I wouldn't be surprised if our continuation costs were 1.3 million. Well, we didn't quite get there, thank goodness we didn't, but we are moving up. Now, one thing I love about matching insurance increase, matching retirement, that tells me our employees are being taken care of. We're going to pay, but we have to keep up with it. And so our continuation costs, we have to have that out the door, or we already have a budget cut. Any questions about that? Any questions about continuation costs? I don't think we'll ever have a budget request without continuation costs. If we do, I'd like to see it. The next one is one you may not understand, and some of you may have heard this or may not. My board has heard this, but we got a surprise this year. We were a Tier 2 county. About this time last year, we got moved to Tier 1. So we went from being this level of poverty to this level of poverty. Yet, our low wealth money went from 10 million down to essentially 7.5 million. This is the exact number, okay? So that kicked us in gear. Again, we already had imposed a $3.3 million cut on our school system with some other allotments being shaved back by the state. And then Marty comes around one day and says, hey, we just got a surprise. I don't understand that. I don't understand it. I got several explanations early on about what happened. Well, ironically, just about a month ago, we got moved back from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Well, if that had happened last year's time, I probably would have understood this cut. But when we went from 2 to 1, and that happened, I didn't get it. What is low wealth money for us? Well, I can tell you what it is. We have a single sign-on system for all our different databases where teachers don't have to remember 500 passwords. Gene, I'm probably butchering that. That's what it's called, ClassLink. $59,000 subscription. Low wealth money is very important to us. Very important. Printers and copiers are on there. Staff development's on there. But here's one. 126 positions for low wealth money in the Randolph County school system. 89 of them are clerical. Now, Marty is a master at this. When you're dealing with dollar allotments versus position allotments, he's very, very good at making sure we're using our money maximized. We have 10 lead teachers on that money. We have 10 counselors on that money. We have 4 media specialists. A total of 126 positions. I don't add up to 126. I'm just giving you some examples. That was a big loss to us. That was huge. That was a game changer. Because, see, here's where we were. We came to our board and self-imposed a $3.3 million cut on the school system at the end of June. We came back in July and said, we can't get all the way there at this point in summer, but we're going to go here. So we did 1.3 million of them and covered the rest with some non-recurring monies. I'm very proud to tell you that January 12th, no one's lost a job in the Randolph County school system That's a total of 4.6 million, and that's how much we've already cut out of our budget. And no one's lost their job. Because a lot of these people right back here took a lot of extra duties on them, and we've frozen jobs, we've eliminated jobs. But, so this offset of this low cut, I'm not asking for 2.485 million, that's not what I'm asking for. And that 690,000, I can tell you right now, that's how much of that one we've got. You put that 690,000 right there, we've filled that gap. This one right here, we're already about 3,235,000 to it. We're almost done with that. We could add 690, we fill that gap. Now, you might say, how did you get to that 690? So there's some things that I have with budgets, and I'm sure when this is all over for me, somebody will say, you don't include what you're doing with budgets. I believe in the budget process, that's put everybody in a position to be successful. And I can go, Zeb, and I ask you for a $5 million increase, and don't get it, get you frustrated as a group of commissioners, don't get it. Right, we can ask for something that's kind of reasonable, maybe everybody can be successful in the public eye. So, when Marty and I started working, we knew we had to have 1,207,232. And so we started talking about what's a reasonable request, what doesn't stretch it so far that they just can't even begin to address it. So we came up with this. What if our capital, this is kind of where we've stayed for all these years. For our capital request and our current expense request, the two sides of the house, were about $2 million. We didn't get too much higher than that. Maybe somebody could wrap their arms around it. Maybe the commissioners could wrap their arms around it. Well, what we did, and you'll see in a minute, our capital request is going to be $100,000. So we basically took current expense, took the difference, $1,897,232, and we got 690 when we subtracted out the 1,207,232 from. So that's how we got to it. We're just trying not to overextend our request. We're trying to be reasonable with elected officials who I see have a bunch of people coming to them every year. Just to give you a point of reference, our total request last year was right in there, actually a 299 right here. Okay, our total capital outlay and current expense this year is going to be right here. That's the biggest one we ever brought to the commissioners. The year before, we brought this to the commissioners' capital and current expense together. And then I'm very proud to tell you, the next closest big one, the next biggest one was this much, and that was back for 14-15. So I guess I say that to myself and say that to you. We've tried to hold in to our range of what we're going to ask for, not try to go after the 5 million. You know, sometimes you ask for 5, some big number, maybe the commissioners have, they do it. Or maybe you don't get anything else the rest of the time for several years because you've overextended everybody. So I give you those numbers. That's how we got to 690,000 for the low wealth. If we could get that, then our total current expense is 1,897,232. And then when you go roll up a little bit, capital outlay, one of the things I'll be the proudest of, and proud of it for the commissioners as well, and the board, because you had a role in this, a big role, $100,000 increase on our facility upgrade repair plan. It's at $950 recurring now, and that plan has been, you cannot put a dollar figure on the value of that plan. That plan started in the 14-15 year. It's funded by a capital outlay money that did not exist in the Randolph County school system prior to 14-15. The first year, the commissioners did everything they could to give us $250. We asked for $736.80. They couldn't do it. Next year, they gave us $500,000 more, and here we roll. We got another $100,000 recurring money. That's the beauty of it, Mr. Fry. It's been recurring money. It's been recurring money. In 1920, got us 100,000, in 22-23 got another 100,000. Prices are going up, costs are going up, and so we're back here. One of the things I said about budgeting is you want to be consistent. You don't get something one year, you need to bring it back, or maybe the commissioners think you weren't really serious about it. Or maybe you're just throwing something at the wall to see if it sticks. We asked for 100,000 last year, you weren't able to do it. We got it. We're coming back. We're not coming back because you didn't get us 100 last year with 300 or 200. We're coming back at what we need. We're going to keep building this thing the best we can. And that facility upgrade repair plan, just to give you an idea, you're talking about roofs, windows, HVAC, doors, stadium lights, stadium bleachers. I mean, it's been pretty extensive across the board, and the Randolph County school system would not have survived facility-wise without that, I do not believe, Marty. And Marty was part of one of the guys that put that plan together. He and Larry Chilton and Ray was involved, Ray Kaiser. That plan, as you see, and I'm going to just give you a copy in a minute, didn't come from some outside consultant. It came from that great facility maintenance staff right here in the Randolph County School System that had a vision. So our total cost, as you see, is $1,997,232. Our total request, capital, and current expense, I'll give you a little precursor on something with the capital. Very excited. Looks like we're going to give you back spring of '24. Mr. Fry, y'all allotted us $500,000 to demolish Braxton Craven. We're looking at right now, it's going to be we're coming to about $76,000 less. So we hope that can help maybe there, or as we're entering our new contract, we're entering another student assignment contract with the Institute for Transportation Research, Education Research, ITRA, from NC State University. So just when we start talking about capital outlay there, I'm trying to think of where we could be helping get it in another direction. And so that $76,000, I think, when we've done all the different pieces on the Braxton Craven project, that's where I think we're going to land, is about $76,000 short or less than what you guys have given us. So I'm going to end this with, because this is all we're asking for, and I know it's not all. I know $2 million is not $100 is a lot of money to me. So when that's not a lot of money to me, I'm going to go home. Okay? $100 is a lot of money, and knowing where our money is important to me. But it's also important that I don't try to put you guys where you can't be successful. So, what we're always going to do is try to keep it less than the year before, which, quite frankly, we are less than the year before. We're almost 200,000 less than we asked for last year. But we're going to keep it in a similar reasonable range. We're also going to be consistent. There's not a shopping spree. We're bringing back continuation costs every year. We're bringing back facility repair plan. And last thing is, you can count on, we're going to appreciate whatever you do. Whether it's increase us, keep us the same, or minimize what you cut. I hope that's not the way. I hope that doesn't happen. But and I gotta tell you, I don't know how anybody could bring a budget that doesn't have continuation costs on there. I don't know how they're going to. But you can see, we have very minimal local paid employees. We have 2,031 employees. Last time I looked, and 66 of them are locally paid. So we're trying to keep as much as we can. We maximize. That's what's so special about this guy right here. And a lot of staff, because a lot of staff get involved in this stuff, guys. It just doesn't land on Marty's desk starting from scratch. But what he's got is he knows where to go with it when it comes to it. And we have minimized our locally paid employees, so we're minimizing the money's put on you guys, or the costs that put on your money. So,
Dr. Gandy, you was talking about the capital outlay, to tell y'all how important it is. Todd, you got the numbers. How many schools you said we was at over 50 years old?
17.
We got 17 schools over 50 years old, so that's where that capital outlay money comes in. Because you got a home. Every year you gotta do something to fix it. Costs keep going up, so capital outlay.
You get 50 years old, cost you
What my wife said every year I'm married.
So anyhow, that is true. And here's the thing, we have to be careful that we don't get caught, I mean, we've got, that staff we have, they're out and about all the time. But there are times when you can't keep maintaining in the same form. Renovations are needed, replacements are needed. And so, I appreciate that the boards, they keep up with this stuff. They know what's going on with our facilities. And, so just, I'm gonna get into facility plan in just a second. Any questions about those three items? Again, we have 2 current expense, 1 capital outlay. None of them are not needs, I guess, I don't know if that's even a term you can use. All of those are critical to next year. And I do appreciate, just like back in the summer of 14, I was sitting in the county courthouse, and our facility upgrade repair plan, it used to be called the 9-year. The year 9 was 22-23, so now it's just the facility upgrade repair plan. I remember sitting there with Marty and Todd Lowe, and I said, they're trying to find more money. They weren't closing the budget out. They're finding something for our facility plan. 250 came that year, 500 came the next year. So it took us 2 years, but you didn't know about it until January of 14. First time the public had ever seen this plan. Just like last year. Heard a little bit about our continuation cost, and there was a lot of work done in about a 2-week window where we would have been. Think about this. This is what we dealt with. If we'd had a $300,000 hole, we'd have we'd be deeper. So appreciate that. That does not go unnoticed.
Well, Dr. Gainey, I think another thing they probably don't realize is this afternoon we started the meeting at 12:30. And one of the things that we spent probably 30-40 minutes on is, I mean, not that we've definitely yet, but looking at things, how we're gonna handle the shortfall for this upcoming next school year, the budget cut. So at the end of the day, because of the low well, every little bit makes a difference, you know? I mean, eventually, if you don't have some kind of help or something, then you can't cut it so close to, you send people home, you know? So anyway, we're talking about options and stuff like that.
And I agree, Mr. Cook, and the beauty of everybody get one of these? The beauty of the conversation today was it's on January 12th, it wasn't in May. It wasn't the end of May, it wasn't June, it wasn't July, we're getting ready to start school. It was January 12th when this board was talking about that. And I appreciate, the board's been here a long time today, been here since 12:30. And very few of the conversations have been just, we weren't handing out awards or snacks, we were dealing with some things that every comment was being made will probably hit board members over the next few weeks till we come to final plans on the next steps of this. We told the board, we're looking at projections, we think we're gonna have to cut another $2 million out of our budget for next year. So, wanted to just talk to you about this plan a little bit. Very proud of this plan, mentioned that, first time it came to light, it hit the public eye for the first time in January 14. It was the first meeting like this with the commissioners, and so we went on and we were doing well, and then we got to May of 18, and we replaced the chiller system at Eastern Randolph for $120,000 right before exams. That was 19-20 year, or 18-19 year. And then we thought we were good, and then in July of 18, before school started, we replaced the chiller system for $111,000 at Randall High School. And that's when we kind of took a pause and said, nowhere in our plan is HVAC. So we revised the plan, starting with year 6. We added 10 through 18, which this plan goes to 31, 32. And about every year now has HVAC in it. Doesn't necessarily have a school name in it, but we're not really, but we at that point decided we had to put some placeholders in for HVAC. As Mr. Cutler and Mr. Bowles referenced, schools that are that old, you just don't know when the system's going out, or the chiller system's going out. So I want to just make that point of reference. Some highlights, as I mentioned earlier, roofs, doors, windows. Every year we update the percent complete. Sometimes we'll reach from one year to the next if something's more a burning issue. Our guys have become very good with roofs. Instead of taking the whole roof off, Marty, that happened back when you were doing facilities, started doing sections. Had a lot of great guidance on that from some outside groups that deal with roofs. Just looking through, we have no more wood bleachers in our high school football stadiums. very intentionally, we replaced, over a couple of years, we replaced the Eastern Randolph Stadium visitor bleachers, Trinity High School visitors, both sides of Southwest Iowa for $1,064,000. And we couldn't have done any of this without y'all's help. But prices are continuing to go up, and if we could, that facility upgrade repair money, that capital outlay is what funds this. Anybody listening, just know, when this plan was put together, the agreement was, and I remember the phrase we kept using, Mr. Fry, skin in the game, remember that? Commissioners gave money, we put $450 of our regular ADM capital outlay in. So that first year we had $700,000. Our $450, their $250. Then years 2 through 9, we had another $500,000 for commissioners, so we had $1.2 million for 8 years and $700,000. So there was a shortfall, and we said from the beginning that was our skin in the game. That 1.3 shortfall. So we've kept our end of the bargain on this, and y'all have too. And I'm very proud of this. I'm very proud of this plan. Because I do know, I think just talking to Larry, talking to Marty, talking to Ray Kaiser, without this plan, I do know we would be dealing with a lot of things that we hear other places. So this plan, we have 3 types of capital outlay in this school system, one of which we're not using right now, and there's no money in it. Will, I don't think I'm sitting on money, but we've got the ADM capital outlay, we've got this capital outlay for this plan, and then if we are building or renovating schools, we have the 3rd type of capital outlay money, which will be bond money. So try to keep those separate in conversations with groups of teachers, groups of parents. We try to make sure people understand what does go on with financing the school system. So, any questions about any of that? I really want to give some time. Yes, sir.
Dr. Young, I noticed that everything's been 100% complete through the years, with the exception of 24, 25, with Liberty door replacements. Are you using like beaded curtains there now, or how's that?
We just letting the wind blow through.
I'm assuming that's potentially.
That must have been, they must have got to a point, like, I'll tell you, one of the revisions, they may have got to a point where they realized they over-assessed some doors that were good. One of the revisions in the first phase, of the first version of the plan, year 8, we were going to replace all the seats in the original 4 high school auditoriums. And the guys went in, they said, wait a minute, Trinity, Southwest, and Rambla seats are good. The only ones that needed new seats in the auditorium was Eastern, because they had the old shell seats. So there's been a lot of that going on throughout this, but I can tell you every dime of this has been used and been valued.
I just didn't know if that was part of the discussion regarding the replacement of the school and that kind of thing, just trying to.
Well,
not spend on anything that's going to be, you know, buy the Cadillac when.
You mentioned that, that likely could have been part of it too. Let's don't go put new doors everywhere. I'm assuming at some point Larry felt like that we're good with this many, use this money a different way and then other projects. So,
Larry has the flu, that's why he's not here.
I'm sorry,
He's
I
very
should have said
sick.
that. I should have.
He would be here if it wasn't, I can promise you, he has the flu.
I noticed on the, coming up here, 26, 27, there's 49,006 for roof replacement at Liberty. Is that, are we gonna do that with the school, or is that, that's not a full roof, obviously?
No, it's not a full roof, and that's what the guys have been doing very well for probably 10 years now, looking at sections of the
I
roof.
see the new market right under you, $7,500.
That must be a section they've identified that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
They've identified somewhere it needs to be fixed without doing the whole roof. So, we're not, I mean, we're gonna keep taking care of them. We have, and we'll talk about this. We've got the land for Liberty on Middle, we have the land for Randall High School. It's closed, it's done. It's closed and ready. But we're gonna keep taking care of Liberty and Randall until we don't need to take care of Liberty and Randall. So, that's, we're beginning to have some, I had to look on there, I hadn't looked at it, but we're beginning to have problems in the back building around where, what I call the hotel part, where there's the concrete walkway up, the elevated concrete at the 2nd floor. We've had some problems with that concrete in the last couple of years. We replaced, had to deal with several sections of that, so.
So to touch 17 schools, 50, over 50 years, does that include Randall and Liberty, or takes it around?
They were built early, I don't know, Liberty was built early 1900s, wasn't it?
It's
And,
the oldest school in the county, isn't it?
is it Grace Chapel or is it that one?
Where's Chapel Park?
That's right.
Barstow, the oldest school.
Marcel.
Barstow, the oldest school.
All right, well,
Remodeling
here's what I'll promise you. And I know Mr. Robin Barton, this is your second meeting, but I can tell you, we're not gonna ask for anything we don't need. And I'm not gonna play games with you or anybody else above the money. We're gonna use it wisely at all times. And that's what I promise all you commissioners. I have a lot of respect for you and for my board, and I'm gonna continue to do everything I can as we go through budget processes. And when we get budgets, what do we do with it? Because earning your respect has a lot to do with what we do when we get something versus, asking for it. That's not the end of the deal. The end of the deal is, we asked for it, we got it, what do we do with it? What can we show you? And that's why this was another part of that process when we did that 9-year plan. Right here, how are we gonna measure and all this, and we work hard. I don't think Ms. Ward knew she was gonna be involved in this when she took the job, but she updates this every year. I mean, once we get an update, I ask for it from her board to do anybody else. So, that's where we are on that. So, the next stage of, any other questions about anything but our budget request? Just trying to keep it simple for you as best we can. Mr. Holden, I'm gonna kind of open the floor up, because the next stage, we're a little bit ahead of schedule now. Does anybody have anything else on the budget or 9-year plan, or facility upgrade repair? It's not called 9-year anymore. We could call it 18-year rather than a little bit more words and numbers than we need. So, the next thing on the list was the capital outlay building plan. And Mr. Holden and I talked about this, I guess it was October. We had breakfast and we were just talking about, can we have some time for this? So just to give you a little update where we are, this is from Stephen Gainey's view out. Okay? We have the land for Randall, we have the land for Liberty. What I've been telling people, when they've asked me, when are those projects starting, I said, we have to pump the brakes until the commissioner is in a position to fund those projects. I mean, I can't speak for that. I mentioned last year, if we couldn't build both of them at the same time, preference would be Randall High School. I also mentioned last year this time, so what if you did that, then could you start Liberty? When you started Liberty, maybe Liberty could be accompanied by maybe some little projects. And maybe we started at Eastern Randolph, that track needs to be redone. Not patched, it needs to be dug out and redone. Any track we touch in the Randolph County School System at a high school needs to be dug out and redone. You can't, we're wasting our money. Any tennis court in Eastern Randolph. We're gonna be built, we need some auxiliary gyms. We talked about renovating the other 3 high schools, Trinity, Southwest, and Eastern. So let's start with some small projects, maybe while we're on the Liberty project, and we can stretch out debt and help debt go away. I will tell you, there's one thing I'm gonna say to you about all of this. Been watching ever since we started on this. It's like the spring of '24. I brought you guys a phase 1 plan. It was about current schools. Some of what you're referencing, Mr. Bowles. What are we doing with our current schools? Because I still believe, we've got a little bit of time, and then we're going to the northwest part of the county, we're gonna be there a long time. You look at we've done our student assignment study, we have the different neighborhoods that have been approved, and then you have in there which ones anything started on. And things that have significant progress on them have been up in the Arkansas Trinity area. But I will say this, the longer I've watched, and I'm just putting this out there, I don't know that, we talked about renovating Eastern, Southwestern Trinity. I don't know that you can renovate Trinity High School. That's probably for another day, but I don't know that you can. I'm just gonna put it out there. Maybe you can, or maybe you try to, and you get into a bigger project and you'll need. So I just say that piece to you. But I'm very proud of our board today. Just so you know, I know last year this time we talked about student assignment study a lot. We've had 2 big meetings with the group from NC State we contracted with. Our board has now made a decision today that we're gonna have, we've got 3 intentional meetings, intentionally scheduled for just that. We had some long discussion today, I guess about 45 minutes worth of, now we've got some information from ORED, which is, you call it ORED or you call it ITRI, one or the other, but it's OR, capital O, capital R, capital E, and a lowercase d, or ITRA, which is the Transportation Research Group, is the overall umbrella of it. They're at NC State, and we have some real data. We have data. Surprising about the data was, one of the things I was surprised at. I don't know where all this growth is, because we have 10 years out for each school in the Randolph County school system, and none of them are just jumping off the page. So that goes back to phase 1 plan. Phase 1, the phase 1 plan was talking about the system will address facility and student assignment needs in relation to current school facilities. The phase 2, which has not been developed yet, school system will make plans for future school sites and construction of additional schools based on, as needed, based on projected school or population growth. So I think that's been a surprise to us. I'm not speaking for the board, I shouldn't say us. I think it was a surprise to me, and it sounded like a lot today on the board. But the board's on this. And so that's kind of where we are. We're getting ready to enter our 2nd contract with the guys from NC State, and then they're going to start giving us some advice on boundaries, attendance zone boundaries, what schools we may or may not keep going, how we get public input on the issues to be assessed. This contract's got about 6 features to it. What's going to be really powerful is we have capacity numbers for each school, but honestly, they're at least 13 years old because they were here when I got here. And I talked to Marty, he's been here longer than I have. And Marty, we don't know where they came from. So this contract, they're going to go to every school, and they're going to go in every room of every school. And they're going to identify capacity for every room and how they're used. And we're going to have an up-to-date capacity for each school in the system. And then they'll be, they'll give us some advice on schools we may not need, and what the board does with that. We may have other decisions to make, but we're getting ready to get really deep into this. And our board today talked about, this is going to be big, and we got to get into this. So we right now have 3 standalone meetings the next 3 months to deal with this and establish some priorities. And the 2nd contract is on my email right now. It came today. We agreed, the board approved the contract, us to enter into it on December 8th, but it had to go through the university channels and all, because that group is part of the university's, NC State University. So it's back today. One thing I will ask is, I'm not asking you to make an approval, but we still have $22,500 of the $50,000 you gave us to do this. We used $27,500 on the first contract, and so this next contract's $45,000, so we need $22,500. And just, where it all washes with that $76,000 that we are not going to use with the Action Craven project, where all that washes, we'd like to have some conversation with that at some point, if some of that could be used there, or obviously help us with our budget. So, I'm going to try that.
22.5 left of the original, 50, and your 2nd contract is
It's
going to be
45. The second one's going to be 45.
So once this contract is done and approved, is there a timeline they've given you to have all that information back?
Yeah, here's the thing, Mr. Rothbard. What we chose, we had 2 options. They could do all this contract, and we could implement things 26, 27. The board chose 27, 28 to give itself more time. But they'll be working through us. They'll be working through all of this with us over the next window of time. I don't see how they won't be with us at least a year, but I don't know. I gotta look at what the contract end date is. But the reality is, the contract that we just finished was supposed to be in June, but they couldn't get all the numbers. They were struggling to get some of the numbers. So they were just in here in October, November, presenting to us. They're in it with us. They've done this for a long time. In fact, just full transparency, I'm working on my doctorate. The guy that started all this was one of our professors, and I have class with him. So that's way back. That's in the 90s, but I have the book that has 4 on it. So anyways, so they're gonna, we'll continue to build our relationship with them, but our board's gonna establish some priorities too. That's gonna be important too, and that's what they wanted, that's what we talked about this afternoon. I'm excited where we are. We should be tomorrow, but student assignment's a different thing, you know, you start telling people, we think probably, we hope we're gonna be in a position by next year, this time, to be telling people, oh, your house does not go to school X anymore, it goes to school Y. We're hoping we're in that position, because then we have to come up with ideas, of the grandfather and all that stuff. We gotta do some of that to make sure we're, you know, and whatever those ideas are, maybe we're not doing any grandfather. May not, you know, so.
What's the legality process timeline? Because there is that, we have to follow.
No, here's what it is, I know we talked about, I think you and I talked about, the thing is they have the appeal rights.
Okay.
They have the appeal rights, but that's not a, it would be, if I go to reassign you, Mr. Cutler, you would have a right to appeal.
Okay.
So that's what we deal with. So the board might get hit with more appeals. Hope not, people aren't lining up because they wouldn't even know whether to appeal or not. Somebody probably send me an appeal tomorrow and say, if in fact my house gets changed. But anyways, I've lived that before, and so that might be a little bit more than we dealt with before, but, I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does, it does.
I mean, I'm excited, the board, we brought back to them December 8th, said, do you want to enter another contract? And the board, I didn't see a lot of hesitation that night, they voted and said, so we've been waiting for this document to come through. And I told them today, we get to.
They have a great deal of experience with transportation, so that will help us as far as making decisions, how long these buses will be on the road and things like that.
Will that also look at all the housing that's going on in the county? They're not in classrooms yet.
They've already given us a list of every development that's been approved. I think there's 47, we have maps, and it's got how many homes, and then there's a column saying how many have already been built. And what I'm saying is when you look at that chart, the big activity has been,
Like the 1,500 beside them, Wheatmore.
Yeah.
That's probably not on anybody's list.
depends on if it was approved or not at the time. And quite frankly, the villas at Pinewood, I didn't have any clue there were gonna be that many of them when it's got listed. We were doing that, they said, well, 65? I didn't know this was
It's gonna be 45.
Well, it's bigger than I thought. I don't think I see the 20 right now.
Because they're selling like crazy.
Yeah. So Zeb, I want you, Zeb, the whole, part of what this agenda was, we talked that day at breakfast, and let's get an agenda. I got it. Let's get an agenda, and let's have time for capital discussion, building that. So, I'm gonna just step out of the way, and let you run a little bit, well, what is it you wanna know from us? What is it, is there something you wanna know from us? We've got the board members here. We had a part of this meeting this afternoon, didn't really know where we're going, and we came out with some stuff,
I appreciate the chance. We, each year kind of get the rundown of what the ask is going to be, and that's very helpful, but I think the opportunity where we're all in one room and talking together freely is invaluable. It doesn't happen very often. And so I guess our question remains the same as it's been. When it comes to the future growth and the building of a replacement for Randall High School, Liberty Elementary School, the renovations at 3 high schools, we've all looked at the numbers, those just aren't doable at one time. And so at some point, the prioritization has to occur. And we're at the ready to have that conversation when you all are about what the priority is.
One thing I would like to see that y'all consider, I know Dr. Gainey mentioned that we've got, at least at additional high schools, we've got tracks and tennis schools that are useless. We've had people to ask our high schools to go help, send personnel to help run track meets in other counties. And so, I know Davidson County at one time was going in and they would pick a school a year and take care of that school. And then do it over, 5, 6 years, 7-year period. As far as Randleman, since we're looking at a new school there, obviously I'd want to put them on the back burner because I know we're doing that, but Southwest and Eastern, they're pretty much going to be there for a while. So that'll be something good to look at, if there's anything that you could do there, we appreciate it. And then as, maybe Trinity third, you know, all the information we've got, that's where the growth's gonna be right now. And so, I just heard, just kind of caught a little bit of conversation between Gary and Daryl there, and, you know, where do you go with that? I don't know. Every piece of land over there's got something on it. And so, but, you know, that's, to me, that's something that's gonna have to be looked at, maybe too.
I think what you're needing is, okay, what's our list? What schools, what's our list? And I think,
Yeah, and it's, I think there's a chicken and egg conversation of sorts, and I think I've referenced this before, but, on one hand, you'd like to know how much money you've got available to you, but there's, you know, other entities that we work with, they've got priorities that are fluctuating and evolving, and, I don't think we can work that way. I think that's backwards of how we need to work. We need to know what are the priorities, and then if there's a pile of money and y'all come and say, we wanna do this and this, and we can go check the money and say, well, we can do the first one, or we can do both, and then you say, well, the third item on the list might also fit. Some consensus as to where your first priority investments would help us know how to start laying the groundwork for the bonds that we're gonna have to get in order. If this money isn't sitting somewhere, and I'll take a moment to say that, to take the liberty, to use a horse words, is we have a Toyota facility in Liberty, and there's a lot of word on the street out there like, wow, that Toyota money is gonna help the county do a bunch of things that they've not been able to do before, and that's factual, but it is not here yet. $14 billion has been promised in investment up there. We're talking 4 to 5 billion is what they've done so far. And Dr. Gainey talked about low wealth dollars going away on your end. We had about $5 million get swept out of our rug as well. Any money that has come in from Toyota so far has just gone in to feed the fire and keep things moving. There hasn't been a big boost yet. Production and expansion of their facilities slowed for a little bit during the bump in the economy, and trying to figure out where the EV market is going and what they need to do. They're evolving. They've promised us they're going to keep doing their thing. We fully expect at some point we're going to benefit the way we've always anticipated, but it's going to delay. And so we don't have the room with all the money in the bank to go find it when we want to do something. We've got to be real strategic and targeted when we do these investments. And so when we line up and say, okay, we're going to do project A, I mean, we're all in and we're behind it and we're gonna figure out how to do it, but we just don't know what project B is or what it'll be.
I think, you know, we have an opportunity, we're gonna do some lot of planning in February 9th, and maybe at that time we can look at, okay, this is where the areas we need to give the commissioners, hey, this is what we need. I'm like you, I don't wanna know the money, I just wanna tell you what we need, and just go from that.
So right now, that would be Randleman, and then Liberty, and then growth after that. Is that kind of the, or
I wouldn't say that.
you can go back now?
I don't know, I'm like Todd, if you're thinking, you know what, I was one of the strong ones saying, Randleman, Liberty, push, go. And, I actually, you know, then you think about it, and I see where the meetings we were at, and we talk about a bond and this and that. You know, we got the land. Land's not going anywhere. That's important. But what I think is important, now if we ever, what a base needs grant, we land one of those one day, that's another story. That's big. But instead of sitting here, I guess year after year, we talk about it, I'd rather see something start like on one of these old ones, like if you pick Eastern or something, start somewhere like people, well, they're doing this, you know? Because it seems like,
Because it's been promised for the past.
yeah, it's been promised, but sometimes it seems like, you know, people think, well, gosh, they talk about it all the time, but it never happens. I'd rather see something that we can tackle that's doable, and we don't have to go back and forth, and it's a win-win for everybody, in my opinion. I'm just saying, if Eastern's the choice, like you was talking about, you know, pick one school, do something, you know, if you can't afford it, 2 or 3 years down the road, we may still be here, sitting here with that land, and probably will, and that's okay. It's okay. When they maybe hit the next place, that's just my idea. Then it's not hard on you guys. It's not a hard sell, and I It's not a strain.
I mean, like Todd said, I think in our February 9th meeting, we didn't really discuss that. I mean, you know, last year this time, we was at county building, you know, to be honest with you, I was disturbed, I wasn't happy when I left there, y'all wasn't happy when you left there, I don't think anybody was happy when they left there. So there was, you had this side, you had this side. And I think in our meeting down tonight, we need to prioritize that. We need to sit down, we don't need to sit here tonight with y'all, and say this might be what we want.
And I don't think we come here tonight expecting to leave with the answer. We
No.
just want to know, you all to know,
Well-
we're here ready to
But we-
partner and work on it, but we need to know where you want to be.
One
I mean,
thing,
it falls back on us, because we haven't done it, to bring it to y'all. And when we bring it to y'all, you don't do it, nobody on you.
Zeb, one thing I would say, I understand, and I want y'all to see a couple of things here too. But our board does kind of need to know what kind of range of dollars they're dealing with. Because you just heard it, if they decide to go that avenue, sit on the land for a while. But let's go to Eastern, let's go to Southwest, let's go, you know, do we have $20 million in renovations with? Do we have $30 million? What is it? My board, I think, does need that. So somehow, and that may be something y'all can't provide, but somehow a range, you know. And I think our history shows, we're not gonna run it to 40 million if you give us, say there's 40 million. If we come in at 34, and we're coming in at 34. I mean, we've got multiple projects that show that, but same token is, the other piece of it is, the sooner some of this happens, the more we can control costs, because costs are going to skyrocket again, it's coming. It's coming, and we got lucky that we locked in Trinity Middle School before it happened, and Ashboro City, it wasn't, they had, I guess, different phases, and they got caught up in it, and we got it locked in right before it happened. And so, no fault of anybody's, no fault of theirs. We just got lucky. We could have been, a month later and could have paid 60 million for that middle school, and maybe not even got it. So, I think-
But each one of your projects has a value which determines how much money's needed first, which.
So if I remember correctly, y'all had an architect on board to help with some pricing of this. Did they help with
Yes.
the tracks and the tennis courts and auxiliary gyms? Do we have some numbers for that?
We
We
didn't
do
give us
not,
pricing on
we don't
that.
have that, what we
We don't
have
have any
is,
budgets for that?
They didn't give us pricing on that.
you probably could, well, last time we inquired about that, Larry, it wasn't with the architect, it was with a company. You're probably looking, then, we're looking at $1 million for tennis court, $1 million for track. See, the problem is, none of the tracks are, none of the tennis courts are really repairable. And, tracks really aren't either. They're gonna tell you, dig them out.
Right.
So that's complete replacement. We do have an architect that has been involved with, the Liberty and the, Randall projects, and that was, I wanna say Randall High was 102 and Liberty was 49. Because that way, we did that for the East-based grant that we submitted, so.
So, when, I don't want to get off the subject, but, when people out in the community, ask us things and I don't know the answers, I just make them up, of course. So I don't make it up, and I blame it on David Allen for this, but anyway. Yeah. But when you say, okay, that we've received, the county has received, $4 or $5 billion through the, whatever, but where's that like spent, where is that, I know you said there's a lot of stuff that's kind of not seen, so just so that at least when someone says, well, that brought money from the tornado plant, at least can say, well, here's where some of it is, so.
70% of it is.
70% of it went back to Toyota.
Okay, well, I don't want to tell them that there.
So
I'll just say, never mind, call there.
Here's the good news.
Yeah.
Say there's $4 billion invested out there, and they pay taxes on they haven't given us $4 billion out, they pay taxes on $4 billion. they get 70% of it. The good news is 30% of it came to us. The bad news again is that we had about $5 million pulled out from underneath of us, and neatly, that number lines up really good with the revenue that we've been able to. Really, you know, you're talking about continuation costs, that's what it's gone to, keeping government moving, and not having to look at tax increases on people. We've been very fortunate in the timing of that, and at the same time unfortunate, because we thought we had this opportunity to do new and cool things. And here we are just trying to keep the fire burning, so.
Okay. So
I
in
know
the real
that
world, you're way behind what you thought you'd be getting for them at this time.
We're a little behind
We
where we
never
thought we'd be
expected
getting.
it to be there in 3 or 4 or 5 years. We understood.
$14 billion doesn't get put on the ground when you sign the piece of paper. It will take a decade to build that out, and we're still looking at that kind of time frame.
How many years is the incentive?
20,
20 years.
20.
I think we're in year
4.
maybe
It started January 22.
So kind of slow.
So, Dr. Gainey, you and I have spoke a little bit about the repair and renovation dollars that are at the state level, and I know that y'all are working on trying to figure out how to apply that and supplant that as needed to do some things, but, just, again, we're at the ready to sign off and pull that down whenever y'all have the appropriate usage.
We've already set up capital funds for both those schools, so are you saying you'll be thinking when you need it?
No, I'm just not trying to put a hardship on you guys. I'm just thinking, I got the feeling we were asking for way too much. And, every meeting I went to, I felt like we were asking for way too much, and
Well,
there's no need. I actually, when I felt that, you know what, I just quit talking about Ramblin' High School and Liberty. I just put it aside, and my answer basically, somebody asked me, honest to God, guys, I don't know, because I don't feel like there's enough money to do that, and I don't wanna be a part of causing y'all.
part of the
to be honest.
plan was, we would have some Providence Grove and Wheatmore paid for and out of the deal.
But I kept hearing the bond thing come up and all that along the
Well,
way.
the bond thing comes up because y'all have all these other
There's no way
needs.
to finance
You won't
a school
And
like
you
that.
haven't given us any money.
There'll be a bond, it's just which type of bond.
Yeah. How far are we from being out of debt with Wheatmore,
What are we on, year or two? I think it's 2 years.
Those debts were issued in 2006 and 2007 for those 2 high schools, and so that's 20-year debt, so we'll be coming up to the end of that, 28 will be all cleared down. So that's just not told commissioners, you know, we can start planning, usually.
But I get-
have
See,
a lot of principal in the first year or so, so that,
Yeah. It
that'll
could take
buy you
you,
a year during construction before you get that service popped up. But that won't give you enough to do all those projects, it'll just,
and it'll take you 2 years to build schools.
Okay, I get confused, help me out with this one. So if I sat here right now and someone said, all right, we're gonna build Randall High School, that's what we're gonna do, how soon can we do that and get it, and have the money? What would your answer be? I mean, just, I don't know I don't understand.
you can't get that approved by the local government commission unless you have the bids in hand, and they know that the dollars that you're borrowing matches up to the bids. So you'd have to have the design done, bid out, and in hand, and then,
The ultimate answer, that's LGC.
Well, at some point, I guess my question, I'd like to also have a direction. See, I didn't understand that, to be honest with you, that's where maybe I wish we could have some kind of direction, look, just like you said, this is what you guys can do. Does that make sense?
I just think we've got this student enrollment thing we need to work on. This thing is gonna be a year and a half, and I think that's where during that process, as we're learning through that of what we're going to do, and there is possibilities of closing schools, okay, how will it affect if we build a school here around it and we build one here in Liberty? We've got to get through that process by 27, 28.
It's true, you have the land, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
I think we jumped the gun in the sense that we were told,
We thought
Liberty's gonna be
Yeah,
bigger than Ashburn in a few years.
yeah.
I don't see no change in there, and so.
Check
But
the
still,
code there.
but still, with those two schools, even though we may not see the growth, with those two schools, they're still your older schools also. So it's not a matter of just enrollment, I mean, they're old schools.
That's the reason.
It ain't matter if, it's matter when.
When, that's
Yeah,
right.
well, that's what I'm saying, is do you tackle the, what I call legacy schools,
Yeah,
and then look to the new,
because we can't wait 20 more years.
Yeah, because,
Do it again.
you know, some of those legacy schools, those older schools, we may be able to address some of those things during our study enrollment. And,
But I think also, what Dr. Gaines was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when you say, okay, we kind of need a list of priority, but we didn't really, it's like, we need something to kind of work off of. It's a big difference asking for $100 million school versus $1 million track at Southwestern Randolph, you know? So it's, we need to have something, you know, give us something within $100 million or something like that. Give us a number somewhere.
So, and Mr. Cutler referenced our study. I just want you to see a couple of things that came from this study, so you know what we've got in our hands now, too. Right now, this is every elementary school mapped out through these live birth information and different information they gathered. They've been doing this through municipalities for years. That's every elementary school mapped out through 35, 36, the enrollment. I think this was a shocker to it was a surprise to me, I can tell you, and I think it was to a lot of board members. You don't see, where's that growth? I don't see it. I don't see it. Then they did it for middle school. There's our middle schools. So you would say, you look at Randall High School and say, well, what's the deal? The deal is not the growth. The deal is the facilities. Just like here, Liberty. Now, maybe we get to a point, Liberty, the deal's not the growth, the deal is the facility. If you look at the three high schools, I think you can now throw in Trinity High School as probably a facility, not a growth thing. Sheena, where's the other thing? I want you to see the other thing. This is the kind of data we started getting from this group. This was in one of the reports, and here it is. Can I use the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now you look right here. This is area approved development. You see proposed, how many lots, how many remaining, and you can look right through here and see there's the Villa Pinewood. It's got 65 down there. That shocked me. But 42 have already been built. The stuff that's really started right now is mainly in Archdale Trinity Zone, but there's 47 total on this list. And so we have some real-time data to be looking at now. And you know, we're just a couple years removed from Trinity High School being, they and Providence Grove are two of the last three smallest 2A high schools in the state of North Carolina. They're right in that range. And now Trinity High School's gone back to 82% full, and Wheatmore is sitting at 61% full.
So that's not on that one that Darryl was talking about, is it?
What's that?
The one at, Kennedy Road there close to Wheatmore. That's not-
It adjoins Wheatmore High School property.
I don't know that that's been approved yet. I think that's the difference.
No, but the mayor says that's done, I mean, and, Bobby, he's selling part of his land so they can get the sewer over there to it.
Well, this was October data too, so this report was in October. What are you gonna say, Mr. Rothbard?
This and the slide before, is that stuff that we can?
Yeah, we can figure
We
it.
can be able to, you can get the
Yeah.
Sanford data or something, they can get it to us?
We can do that.
That's great information to
Yeah,
have.
the charts of each school that's in your app was kind of was really a surprise.
Didn't you tell me, we were talking the other day, I don't know who was in the group, but there's 21 mobile classrooms at Randall.
Yeah, there's been 21 there for a long time.
Right.
Yes, yes, sir.
I mean, that's part of the problem too.
Well, we brought down now, when I came here 13 years ago, we had 108 mobile classrooms. We're down to 75, and we own 69 of those 75. So we really, Larry and his guys have really worked hard to, get rid of the lease ones. Because the lease rate on mobile units is going through the roof. But we haven't needed them all. Now, when we tear down Braxton Craven, those mobile units on the Braxton Craven side are going to be demolished too. They're not being moved.
Dr. Kenny, would you say that Trinity High School, you say it's at a point where if we really dig in, it's likely going to be a replacement, not a renovation?
Here,
Would you say that if we had dealt with it a couple of years ago, maybe it wouldn't be the case and we'd be able to save it?
you know, Mr. Holden, I don't think I'm not going to put that on anybody's feet. I think that,
Where I'm going with that is, these other high schools, are we at a slippery slope where they're going to age out to a point where they wouldn't be able to be renovated
Well-
because they reach a certain point?
my concern with all three of them was if we don't renovate them soon, we're going to be replacing. The one that now has popped up is just some things that have happened the last couple of years, more so than Eastern and Southwest, has been the Trinity site. And I think if I asked, I know Larry and I've had conversation, not to try to put his name in it without him here, but you gotta know that when you start naming schools that our guys work with a great deal, high need replacements are Liberty Elementary, Randall High School, and then now Trinity's coming in the fold. We've had a lot of issues, and you get to that point of, kind of like what you asked about the doors at Liberty. Why did only 20% of doors? I'm gonna guess, my guys were thinking, we can put this on something else on this plan, see how far we can make this money go. That's my guess, so, I wouldn't put that on anybody. You know what? Everybody's done the best they can. You know, so we've got 17 schools that are 50 years old, older. That's because of a lot of people had their hands in trying to keep them. You know, you go to Grace Chapel, you look around, and you think about how old it is, but you look around long enough, you see how pretty it is.
My comment isn't about putting it on
No,
somebody,
no.
it's the opportunity to, do we try to address some schools before they reach that point?
Well, I think those 4 regional high schools, I would say and that's why those 4 in Liberty were there. That's why they originally hit that phase 1 plan. You know, you know, I'll just say it, what was done with the middle school idea in this county is absolutely, the more I look at it and look what happened in all those years, unbelievable. I think your dad was involved, Mr. Lanier. Unbelievable that saved this county in many ways, I think. You've got 4 middle schools as solid as any middle schools around, southeast, northeast, Uwari, and southwest, as far as buildings. That was huge.
Some information about the 4 regional high schools. Eastern Randolph was built in 1968. The last renovation was 1976. Trinity High built in 1969, last renovation 1986. Southwestern built 1971, last renovation 99. And Randall High built in 1975, and last renovation 1979.
And I'm guessing the southwest renovation was that back building.
That's the back building.
That nice red center. Yeah.
But Trinity High School was built without a seat in the auditorium for 20 years.
And Eastern Randolph didn't have walls for,
Well, Eastern didn't have a gym, they didn't have walls.
didn't have walls for a long time.
Love it when it didn't have walls.
Yeah. You can hear everything up and down the hall.
All right, anything else?
Let me say, we had a bond up resident in 1991. And it passed, comfortably, it passed. We're working with Dennis Farland. Every high school attendance area in the county benefited from that bond referendum. They got money from it. And if you don't have a balanced bond referendum, it won't pass. So people have to see a benefit in order to support it.
Moving forward, I know you said we have 2 more years left on the two newest high schools to pay off. Would we as a board, the school board need to try to present to you some smaller things until those 2 years are up? Would that help you all out, or, I mean, again, or do we need to ask for Randall High School?
We have the purse strings, but we don't know where you think the the squeaky wheel is.
Right.
I will tell you, I don't know, I just heard this morning on my wild wall. Some lady trying to navigate bleachers at Trinity over the, I guess for a wrestling match. There's no walkway. She fell, tore her meniscus, has to have surgery. So, I mean, I know those things are out there.
Right.
So, where do you go?
And I think, and we're still if you're looking at having a new school, you're still looking at 4 years of service. So it's still.
I think if we could get, and again, I know we keep saying prioritize, but if we could get kind of priority with some of the smaller things that are, you think would be important, I think, you know, we'll can find some money here and every once in a while. So I'll put that on, but, you know, we can work some things in. Now, you know, talking about a new school, something, now that's different. Of course. We can kind of pull some things together in that, you know, 3-year period before.
Well,
Because you're not gonna know anything really until for 2 years where you need to go, and then it's gonna take another year or so to get the design and bids out, and then, so we're, you know, 3 years down the road before we would even start to, look at any kind of finance.
Yeah, and we are.
Do y'all have anybody you can talk to about the North Carolina education?
We're not, we're doing that, as an association, but you said the cost to build Ramon High School is $101 million. We don't have, Rogersboro and Fleetwood paid for it. We built both of those schools for less than 80 million, about $76 million, both of them. It hadn't been
Redmond Middle's what, 30?
34, and that's what, 1,000 kids, 1,200 kids?
No, it's 800 kids.
When we built that, we set up a capital fund for 36, y'all gave us $1.5 million back.
Wow, that's more than I thought we gave.
We haven't raised the price.
Whoa.
We haven't raised the price though.
I thought we gave 727,000.
I think we made a mistake.
Hey, I thought we gave $727,800.90 back. Wow, I need to have $500,000.
We built it for less than
What do you think Tom retired for?
All
It's
right,
nice, it's modern, it's state of the art.
anything else? Anything else? I know our board chair wants to close us out. He has some things he would like to share in some closing comments. Anything else?
I just, as a point of clarification, Chairman Fry referenced a bond referendum that passed. If we build a high school or an elementary school, there will be a bond involved, but there are two different types of bonds at play. A GO bond, general obligation bond, is going to require you all and us to a lesser degree, because we're not really allowed to, but to go out and get the populace to vote for sending these dollars to these schools. The other type of bond is a revenue bond that we're just gonna have to go out into the bond market and get money. We don't have that money. So there's a bond involved no matter what, so the language gets a little bit confusing. But there's lower rates and more dollars available with the voter backing than just going and asking for one.
In the liberal limited obligation bond, we will be using for Randall and Liberty. The school is the collateral for the debt. The county will own those schools until the debt's paid, and then you get it.
You get the maintenance of the time.
All right.
All right. This afternoon, we had a little discussion, and I just want to bring some transparency to things you probably, maybe not all of you know, that's concerning to us as a board, as it should be. First of all, I'm not here to criticize any sheriff of Randolph County or anybody that works. I'm just here to tell you an opinion and what this board thinks. Darryl, you'll remember when we had, you was there when we talked to AT Tax about the elementary schools. It happened right after Hopewell, someone come in Hopewell Elementary. And, you know, that anytime it's kind of quiet, but when something happens, everybody, it becomes a topic, a big topic. So, wasn't our idea. One of the AT Tax guys said, wow, we could fund they said, well, can we take a little credit? It was kind of us too, wasn't it? They didn't, you could fund, in the 4 elementary schools in Artsdale and Trinity, if we had like officers working overtime pay, in other words, it's like in High Point, they have the furniture market, and, High Point police come in and they'll work overtime. And so the base was like $40 an hour. That's kind of what, I think somebody called Greg Seabold, and that's what he said, that it was,
I
That's
think
what
that's
they got.
some kind of
base or something.
agreement with the state, with
Maybe the state, but anyway, what happened was, we really thought we might have that going in September, October at the latest. So here we are in January. That's a savings plan, a big savings plan, AT tax, all, you know, you guys voted for a penny. And that was basically a little technology money, but that's what that was to fund. So we're still on, Artsdale Police was gonna do they agreed to do, that was kind of our idea, to do 2 schools, which was in their city limits, was Artsdale and Trinidad. They said they would do it. Now, they've been on board for quite a while now, and excited about it, and officers signing up to do it. And, so, eventually our attorney, Dr. Gainian, and with her, had MOU, like with, they said they would do whatever Randolph County Sheriff's Department, or Randolph Sheriff's Department lawyer would, they would go along with the same one. Well, it kept, time went on, and time's still going on. I think last week it was mentioned again. And, we still haven't come to an agreement from the Randolph County side. Now, first of all, we've had, Todd, how many threats did you know of? 25, 20?
22 so far.
22 threats so far this year of schools. And actually, I thought it was more than that, but that's the ones he has. That's a lot. That's a lot of threats where I'm gonna come in your school, I'm gonna shoot it, or I'm gonna shoot somebody, or I'm gonna do something, blow it up. And, the SRO, the head of SRO, was it Bachelor? All right. You've done a great job. Every time we call him, Dr. Gainey, they've called him, he's put extra officers the next day of school, you know, or maybe 2 or 3 days, whatever. They've done a good job, and they've caught these people, most part that I know of. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not even blaming, I don't know who I'm blaming, not really anybody, I guess, but my concern is, you know, it can happen anywhere. Now, the AT tax, paying for that up there is that's a big deal. So as you know from up there, Artsdale Police and all, they're on board, they're willing. And, I know years ago, Artsdale Police had, Sweetmore Middle, now it was AT. They had an SRO that was based out of Artsdale. There's something that somebody could look at to relieve the county. Now, we have a grant that we've had does it run out in the fall? It runs out in the fall. That's to pay for 2 SRO officers. And we can put them, you know, somewhere else down in the county. Need them desperately. Well, they say they can't find anybody, can't hire anybody. But it looks to me like, you know, I'm just thinking outside the box. We were just talking earlier. I've said some counties, like when you come in the courthouse, they have like a private company, like was Allied or something. They may be there at the door, they may be there where you run your wallet or whatever through the belt. You know, I'm thinking, well, usually I see 2 or 3 guys if I've ever been in the courthouse doing that. I'm just thinking, is there, I don't know the answer, but we got 4 schools to be served in the AT area. We've got 2 SROs that could be somewhere else in the county. And, you know, a couple of years, 3 or 4 years ago, you guys approved a Roman SRO to go around the different 4 quadrants, just for elementary schools, okay? So, you've got that, you know, going on now. But, I'm telling you, school safety is a big deal. And I mean, like I said, it can happen anywhere, but if it happens here, I hate to know that we've had the discussions we've been sitting here for all these months, and here we are still at
So,
nowhere.
you're saying with no
What do you
SROs?
need?
No, we have
I'm
SROs.
talking about Artsdale Trinity.
No, we have, at the middle school and high school, we have a Roman one that you guys approved probably 4 years ago, 4 years ago. Had a grant, we had a grant for that.
So we didn't sign, somebody had to
I'm just
sign
saying, we're waiting on it.
So we don't have what we approved for the 18 area, those
It's not in
SROs
effect
they're not in effect yet.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It hasn't happened yet.
And we're waiting on a MOU.
So where's,
It's a lawyer or sheriff's department or something.
So Larson Sheriff's Department has it,
I can
so,
speak to that.
she may come through, I mean,
I can speak to that. I can speak to that. I wasn't contacted about the agreement on that until sometime, I think in late November.
okay.
And, when I was contacted about it, I went over to the sheriff's office and they said they already had a similar arrangement in a couple of schools. I think the Warrior Charter and another school. And they told me they already had an MOU. And I said, well, just send me what you've got and I will work with the school board attorney to take that MOU and work it out for the AT area. And I waited and I waited and I didn't get it and I didn't get it.
There you go.
So I called back to see about it and then I got a call after a little while to call Bachelor to see about getting it from him. And with it being the holidays, we played phone tag a little bit. And I finally got up with him and it was a miscommunication. They didn't actually have an MOU with URA Charter. What they had was just SOPs that URA Charters people follow. So there was no MOU. So I drafted an MOU and actually met, but this was all after the holidays. I didn't find out there was no MOU until like late last week. So I drafted an MOU. I met with Bachelor and another, and I sent it to Bachelor and his supervisor for them to review to make sure that it comported with what they do. They reviewed it. They met with me today, and we have tweaked it, and I'm sending it to Elizabeth first thing tomorrow. That is the school board attorney, but that's where we are on that. That was a miscommunication from the sheriff's department to me earlier, because originally they told me there was an MOU that was not. So that's where we are on that, but I wasn't aware of any of this until late November, so I have not been in the loop on it since September.
See, in all honesty, I appreciate that, and our attorney, actually last week or something, she has spoken, and actually, to be transparent with you, I kind of thought that's what you was gonna, you just kind of, what we call, they hit the nail on the head. Now, I'm not blaming that on Sheriff Seabaugh.
And I'm not either.
I'm not blaming that on him, but all I'm saying is like Dr. Gainey, you know, he gets hit up for a lot of things. Usually, you know, and it sounds like you're hitting the guy at the top, and I'm like you, I'm not. But, you know as well as I do, sometimes when things happen in your school system or in your department, you know, it seems like the guy at the top, but somebody along the way, and I've had nothing but a good experience with that SRO that we deal with. But, you know, there again, somebody seemed to drop the ball along the way. And who pays, you know, we could have been rolling a long time ago. That's all I'm saying. And I appreciate you sharing that, but it just.
Not for you, but for Zeb and Dr. Gainey. Let me just, so you mean to tell me, when did we have a meeting and approve these SROs and that Archdale Trinity
Part
tax
of the budget.
for the SROs? That was in June. So you mean to tell me, because you talked about the grant money and how that would work together, and you're gonna fund a couple additional SROs for the Archdale Trinity tax area, partially funded by their tax that we increased?
Yes.
You mean to tell me we did that in June, and now in a public meeting, we're being told, thank you, Amy, that nothing was done until the end of November, and somebody said, oh, what do we need to do?
Amy didn't know.
I mean, and y'all have been waiting for these SROs since school started?
And we've been told that we can't take them.
Hold on, there's two things going on. So, we got a safety grant that our board accepted on September 15, I do believe, looking at my notes. Okay, we signed an MOU on October 1. The board authorized me at the September meeting. Signed on October 1, that's for 2 additional SROs that would go into the non-AT zone.
Right.
That grant money is yet to be used. They've yet to find anybody. and that grant runs out at the beginning of, like, September of '26, okay? It's a one-year grant. Thing you're talking about,
This is that piece, all right.
we've been working on that. I sent something over a long, long time ago, and, I was made particularly privy of this on about August 15th, because a lot of conversation been going on, and so I heard the budget approval for the 1 cent, I heard that, and the head of the AT Tax Council called me somewhere around August 15th, want to know what's going on. I had not really been privy to him. And so I started on, then I carried on my planner this whole time, waiting until I still got it on there, security, AT.
I mean, I'm just kinda flabbergasted.
We actually, to tell you another piece, we went at one point, it was not moving, so we looked at an outside group called Allied Universal.
For security.
For security for those 4 schools, and our attorney was fine with that, and, was told that that wasn't gonna work with a private company.
Well,
It was too much.
oh, for y'all, okay.
They could swim.
I mean, I'm like,
So
getting your
it's
side
been
of
on
it.
my
I just-
radar, it's been on my radar since, I wanna say, if you look, August 15th might have been a Friday. I got a call Friday, I know where I was not telling you that Friday.
Okay, every school, every student, every staff member deserves an SRO at their school.
Yeah.
No doubt, no.
I mean, and what y'all did to get around and talking to the AT tax folks, you know, be willing to go with the extra cent and everything, and us approve it. And I'll just say, which, forgive me, Commissioner Allen, I'm absolutely sure at those meetings when we discussed that, you said, hey, can you hire these people? It seems like you've had trouble hiring some people, you got some open positions, can you hire these people? I know you have.
It sounds like the hiring people and being able to get an MOA established are 2 unrelated things.
Well, and,
There's 2 problems
well,
from
wait a minute,
one
but
side.
now, you know, this MOA is not for SROs,
For security officers,
Security.
right?
not trained SROs.
Yeah, they would be getting paid like
It's for all,
overtime pay.
it's for all duty deputies who are acting as security officers, who are not trained as
But
SROs.
who's getting those people?
I'm just pointing that out, which is why it's so complicated. Because we've got contracts,
Because nobody wants to say that.
like I already have that proposal drafted, I don't have this type of contract drafted.
So you're not
So it's completely different.
It
Okay.
wasn't too bad.
I mean, but back to Mr. Counselor's idea, I mean, this county is going to have to look in the near future about SROs in every school. Because everybody says, this little Randolph County, it can't happen. How many other cities you said that too?
So
What's happening?
if we get these AT stuff, people in place, and then the 2 Roman go to schools, where are we at? Is there a percentage wise, how close are we? Do you know?
How many schools do we have covered? We got 18 and all.
We have
And then the-
17 now, right?
Okay, we have 18, so what we start on January 1, 2023, the different safety grant, Mr. Rob Bart, we have 1 elementary SRO in each of the 4 quadrants.
Right.
Okay, we get these 4 in the AT zone, we'll have 1 in Hopewell and those other 4 schools covered. And then we still got 2 that haven't been hired of that new safety grant that will go to the non-AT zones. And that will give us 5 in the 3 non-AT zones, and increase our ratio.
So if we get all that done, how close are we to 100%?
Oh, we're not-
We have 50%?
That's not
in
even,
schools?
we need 30, to have an SRO in every school, we need 2 things. We'll need 17 more if we take away all the safety grant money. We have 13 middle school, high school, and take away safety grant money, those 17 will cost us about 1.2 million on top of the 711 we already put into the 13.
I'm just saying, who's responsible for finding these people to do this job?
Well, they said they hadn't had anybody apply.
I mean, just asking, I'm just asking, I don't mind asking.
Giving them something to do on their day off,
What happened?
this is great, this is great. I want them to go.
Well, if I lived up there and paid that extra penny, I'd be mad.
Well, here's the deal, that other plan that she's helped the MOU, what she's talking about, like in our security area, In other words, I'm gonna use art still, okay? Because there, I know what you're talking, I know they have about 8 or 9 people lined up wanting to do it. So you take a police officer on his day off, the chief or whoever comes up with a schedule, and they would be like, this will be your school, you do this, that. And you get paid for that like if you was working, I guess, a ball game or something in school. So the number was not to, and it could be used more so than just an AT. It cut it in half, how much, well, it saved you, what, about $200,000 on 4 people, wasn't it? I think it was it Darryl, remember?
I don't remember that.
It's a big difference in the cost, you could,
Oh, you mean to
Yeah.
put them in those 4?
Yeah, to put them in them 4 places.
Yes.
yeah, it saved about, what, 200,000 for 4 people, over than putting benefits and the whole 9
But
yards.
the MOU be different because they're not trained,
Yeah,
SRO, they're trained law enforcement.
Yes.
That's different.
Yeah, and you've gotta keep in mind too, I mean, I'm just gonna point this out, like, not every deputy we have is gonna be eligible to do this, because, I mean, and not everybody has the temperament to work at a school.
right.
Okay, so our supervisors are gonna have to really look at their people and make sure that the only people they are recommending for this off-duty work are people that they believe have the right temperament to provide security work at a school like an SRO could provide, because they are not trained SROs, and they can only work at the school 19 hours a week, or they have to be trained as SROs, so they're capped at that as well. Just FYI.
Thank you, I just wanted you guys to, is anything else any other board member wants to bring up while we got this time? I'd ask for that. I just think school security, and if there's a way to you guys, or somebody, maybe we're in a situation where you have to think outside the box, we can add, look at an outside firm in other places, like for security, whether it be the courthouse or where, I don't know the answer.
Well, think about it, things we've been sitting here talking about for an hour and a half, the money to pay for that has been there for 6 months.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. And if people
Been
talk
there,
about
it's
it,
approved,
they didn't get it.
with the tax increase.
Right.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Close the meeting.
Have a close motion to adjourn. Have a second, we are adjourned. Thank you all, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.